Life of Nostradamus. Michel de Nostradamus was born in Provence, in the town of Saint Remy, in the year 1503, upon a Thursday, the 14th of December, about noon. Tycho Ubra, I 546, De Herbilis, I 625, THC Great Orient Ost, and Bruce, 1730, the Abyssinian traveler, were all born on the same day of the month. Coincidences such as these are, perhaps, not worth much, yet, do they interest us less than the rainfall of a month, or the precise pressure of the wind on Cleopatra's needle, which goes by the name of Cleopatra because Cleopatra had nothing whatever to do with it. Robert Etienne, the great printer, was also born in 1503. What would, however, more have elected the family of Nostradamus is the expulsion of the French from Naples copyright on October 31, 1503, after the famous battles in April, fought on 2 consecutive Fridays with disaster to the French, the battles namely, of Seminara and Cerignola. Many have said that the evil omen attaching to Friday dates be from that period. If we had never heard of Good Friday we also might have been of their opinion. His father, H.K.E. Milton's, a notary, was James Nostradamus, a name which is equivalent to de Notre Dame *, more recalls his family en famille noble. Others say that he was of Jewish descent, but of a family that had been converted to Christianity, and that he claimed to be of the tribe of Issachar, deriving thence his gift of prophecy, for they were men that had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do, ICHRC me. 1232, or, as in Esther I 13, the 7 wise men that knew the times. It is true that but few of the orthodox commentators interpret these passages as signifying astrological or prophetic forecast, but that may be, nevertheless, the real meaning, vid. Poole synopsis. How could Nostradamus be of Issachar, as that was one of the lost tribes? Would be a natural inquiry enough, and one could only answer it, as the wit did, in a case somewhat similar, that he could only resemble Issachar in being a great, strong ass. General Slicks 14. His mother's name was Renée de Saint Remy. The facts for this life are taken, where no other reference is given, from a scarce work, entitled, La première face du Janus François, par Jean Aimé de Chavigny Baunois, 1594. It is found in the library at Paris, but not in the British Museum. Fortunately Mle Pelletier gives an almost literal transcript of this brief discours sur la vie de M. Michel de Nostradamus t Archives du Magnétisme Animal, vol. 82 ie father and mother, appartenant que un famille juive, converted in the 16th century, and of the tribe of Issachar, Nouvelle Biog. General Le Pelletier, I-16n. Her ancestors by the father's and mother's side were men skilled in mathematics and medicine. One was physician to René, or Renatus, titular king of Jerusalem and Sicily, and count of Provence, whilst the other was physician to John, Duke of Calabria, who was the son of King René. Our author, in his commentaries, says that a knowledge of mathematics had traditionally descended, de main en main, to him from his early progenitors, and, in the preface to his Centuries, he adds, que la parole hermit de occulte judiction sera dans son estomac interchis. It was his great-grandfather * who gave him, almost as in sport, a first taste for the celestial sciences. After the death of this relative he was put to school at Avignon, to study his humanity courses, and thence he went to the university at Montpellier, to acquire philosophy and the theory of medicine. Montpellier, the Mons Pessulinus of antiquity, contains the most famous school of medicine in all France. It is ancient, and is said to have been founded by Arabian physicians when forced to fly from Spain. Maury says in the year 1196, by the disciples of Averroes and Avicenna. Its inhabitants are reputed to be witty and most polite. It once had numerous noble churches and many religious establishments, but since the Huguenots became masters of it, In 1561, they ruined all this, and made the city the headquarters of their party for a time. Louis XIII besieged it in 1622, and took it. His first act was to rebuild the Cathedral of St. Peter and the other churches, the desecration of all such edifices being the asterisk his grandfather, Maury tells us. Puritan and Huguenot fashion there and everywhere. The town seems always to have been a fief of the crown of France. But a number of kinglets, such as the King of Aragon and the King of Majorca, appear at different times to have had seigneurial rights in Montpellier, and many church councils have been held there. All these matters are of some slight interest, as furnishing in a filmy fashion a notion of those influences, mental and physical, that would have been floating around Nostradamus when studying there. The seizure of the town by the Huguenots would have occurred some years before his death. As he was a true churchman, their successes would have embittered his mind, and may have influenced some of the visions contained in the Cézannes and Presages. It may interest us as Englishmen to know that in the extensive botanical garden at Montpellier lie the remains of Miss Temple, the Narcissa, whose death and funeral are so vividly recounted by Young in the Night Thoughts. He appears to have considerably misrepresented the transaction, but George Eliot has made up for it by a criticism upon him and his works, conceived, perhaps, in the grossest and worst taste that criticism from a woman's pen has ever fallen into. She grows so angry that she can hardly even see that Young is a poet in any sense of the word. She might easily have found out that he was, by comparing some of her own verses with his. Another point of interest to us in regard to Montpellier is the reversal of public opinion touching the climate of the place. Brompton, 60 or 80 years ago, was, from the mildness and salubrity of its air, coupled with its then semi-rural aspect, called the Montpellier of London. The analogy could never have been very remarkable, as Brompton is about on a level with the River Thames, whereas Montpellier's splendid promenade of the Place de Peyron is 168 feet above the sea level, whilst the whole town runs up the hillside, as its name expresses. Still, the phrase testifies to the opinion then prevalent. Owing to the brightness of its atmosphere and the beauty of its suburbs, the town was long recommended by British physicians as a health resort to patients suffering from pulmonary complaints, but the weather vane of science has now reversed that opinion entirely. Its climate is found to be changeable, its sunshine is blazing, its atmosphere is charged with dust that is impalpable, all the while that it seems to be clear, and its cold mistral blasts do but portend a spot most singularly hurtful to the lungs. The fashion varies in localities, drugs, theories, and treatment, and as a health resort for English people the reputation of Montpellier has passed away, but the École de Médecine still retains its ancient renown as the central seminary of medical instruction in France. Learned and medical as it was in the days of Nostradamus, it could not escape visitation by a great plague *, and Michael Nostradamus had to retreat to Narbonne, Toulouse, and Bordeaux. In these towns he commenced practice, when about 22 years of age, and 4 years later he bethought him of Maury assigns this to the year 1525. Returning to Montpellier for refreshment, and to take his doctor's degree. This he got through very quickly, and in a manner that won him the admiration and applause of the whole college. In returning to Toulouse he passed through Agen, a town on the Garonne, where he met with no less a person than the learned Jules Caesar Scaliger *, with whom he entered at once into the most intimate familiarity. This induced him to take up his permanent residence in the town. But after a while their cordiality grew less, till rivalry and pique sprang up between them, and they thenceforth stood aloof from one another. Here he married a lady en fort honorable demoiselle, though history has not divulged her name. By her he had 2 children, who died young. She also died. Finding himself again companionless, he returned to his natal soil of Provence. When he reached Marseilles, he was invited by the Parliament of Provence to come to Aix, where he stayed 3 years, receiving a salary from the city from the time the plague broke out, in 1546. It seems to have raged fiercely, and it is said that he furnished to the Seigneur de Launay the reports which he has given in his book, Le Théâtre du Monde. After the contagion passed away, the town, Maury records, voted him for several years following a considerable pension. His services must consequently have been recognized as valuable. He has left us the asterisk he calls Scaliger in the heyday of friendship, a Virgil in poetry, a Cicero in eloquence, a Galen in medicine, and declares that to him he is indebted for his scientific attainments. Penny Cyclopedia, S.V. Nostradamus. Formula of his plague powder in Chapter 8. Of his treatise Des Fards. As a curious instance of the modesty of the women of Aix, he records that they began to sew themselves up in their winding sheets, as soon as they were attacked by the contagion, that their bodies might not be exposed naked. After death, Penny Cyclopedia. I suppose we may judge from this that the system of burial during the contagion was as gross and indecent as in the famous plague of London, or is this only a fanciful imitation of the story of the women of Marseilles in classical times? He went thence to Salon de Crau, which lies midway between Avignon and Marseilles. Here he married for the second time. The lady's name is given by Guérin as Anna Ponce Janelle, and Pose Sart, says Maury, others say Ponce Jumel. See the epitaph further on. There is the same incertitude as to his family. Jean Aimée de Chavigny, whom we are following, makes it to consist of 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls, while Guérin says 3 sons and 1 daughter. It was here, relates our memoir, that, foreseeing great mutations were about to affect all Europe, and that civil wars and troubles were so soon to come upon the kingdom of France, he felt an unaccountable and new enthusiasm springing up uncontrollably in his mind, which at last amounted almost to it. Maddening fever, till he sat down to write his Centuries and other presages. The first of these presages is dated 1555, and runs as follows. D'esprit divin I am presagitient, trouble, famine, peste, guerre coureur, aux, sic I.easy, terre et mère de sanctinte, paix, tressac caneister, prelates, princes mourir. He kept them by him for a long time, half afraid to risk the publication. He foresaw there was danger, and that it would lead to infinite detraction, calumny, and backbiting, as indeed it finally fell out. A thing like this is like the fox stolen by the Spartan youth, that eats the heart out, and is sure to get vent sooner or later. His memorialist says, that at last, overcome by a desire to be useful to the public, he produced them. No sooner had he done so than the rumor ran from mouth to mouth, at home and abroad, that something marvelous and admirable had appeared. One cannot see of what use they could be to the public, as they could not possibly be understood till they were interpreted after the event and by it. In some of the quatrains he says as much himself. He no doubt published them because he felt an intense longing so to do, and, when the mind of a man reaches the stage of desire, it will not take him long to find some excellent reason for carrying out the impulsion. Public good, the advancement of religion, the sustentation of faith, the psychological inference as to the immortality of the human soul, or any other good phrase, will serve a man as a sufficient reason for doing what he wants to do. That man must be a great searcher into his own consciousness, if he cannot readily assume that the motive assigned in such a case is the causa causativa of the act of putting forth. Maury's account is not exactly the same as that of our memoir. Maury describes him as being invited to Lyons in 1547, but as returning very quickly to Salon, only to find that his popularity at the latter place had greatly abated. The disappointment he experienced from this treatment made him withdraw a good deal from society, and commit himself the more to hard study. He tells us that he had for a long time previously practiced divination. Now he began to think himself to be directly inspired as to the future. From this time, as the lights occurred to his mind, he began committing them to writing at the moment. He set them down at first in plain prose, if you can call enigmatical sentences plain prose. At any rate, they were not written in verse. Garancier's version varies again. With him it is, that Nostradamus found by experience that the perfect knowledge of medicine is unattainable without the aid of astrology, to which he now addicted himself. It is an alluring science, and one towards the pursuit of which his natural genius strongly disposed him, so that he made very rapid progress in it. His first publications in this line consisted of almanacs, according to the custom of the time, for profit and recreation's sake, and in these he so happily hit off the conjuncture of events that both he and his publications became greatly sought after. It is somewhat curious that so few of these almanacs appear to be now extant. One would have expected that documents of such interest, once in type, would not perish entirely from all households and libraries. It may, however, be taken as a proof of the maelstrom of time that engulfs everything, so that by the period when posterity grows interested in any event, all its belated questionings are presented with a universal blank. The spirit of literary piracy, too, seems to have been rife in those early days. The success of his work soon became a cause of discredit to him, as it led enterprising printers and booksellers to vend, under his name, almanacs destitute of everything that had constituted the merit of his. When the work made its appearance, it divided the public. Some called the prophet a simple visionary, or, in coarser phrase, a fool. Others accused him of magic, and of being in too close treaty with the devil to be honest. A few held their judgment in suspense, and would pronounce no opinion on the subject. A vast number of the grandees and of the learned, both at home and abroad, thought that he was endowed with a gift supernatural, and amongst these were Henri II and Catherine de Medical. It remained to the esprits forts and the ignorant public, who knew nothing of him but his name, to pronounce him a charlatan and impostor. There is one thing certain, he felt much hesitation as to publishing at all, and, when he took that step at last, he addressed the book to his infant son, and not to any public character, in the year 1555. At this period he would be 52. This is not a time of life at which men usually commence a course of imposture. When he is summoned to the court at Paris, loaded with honors and consulted on high matters de choses importance, he displays nothing but moderation and good sense, and returns contentedly to his modest home at Ceylon. Upon all ordinary lines of human judgment, such conduct seems to indicate genuineness, and this is strengthened, if not established, by his genuine gravity of deportment and serious religious sentiments. Nobody has denied the purity of his life. Still, a certain Lord Pavilion, of his own day, wrote against him, or perhaps against this publisher's figment of a name, rather than his. Further, we find the buccal to the bitter epigrammatic distich of the poet Jodl, or as others say, of Beza, Nostradamus cum falsidamus, nam fallere nostrum est. Et cum falsidamus, nil nisi Nostradamus. This can very easily be turned against the piratical almanac makers, thus, Veridamus cum verbidamus quae Nostradamus dat, sed cum Nostradamus, nil nisi falsidamus. In spite of piracy and obloquy, the repute of Nostradamus grew, as we have said, in influential quarters, until it came to the ears of Queen Catherine de' Medici and Henri II, on the publication, in March, 1555, of the first 7 centuries of his prophecies. The remaining centuries, the Sezanes and Presages, were not published till long after. In the following year, 1556, they sent for him to attend the court in Paris, though Garancires says he left Ceylon on July 14, 1555, and reached Paris on August 15, a particularity which seems to indicate special knowledge. The Lord Constable Montmorency attended him at his inn, and presented him to the king in. That the great bulk of French society of his day was impressed by his effusions there can be no doubt. Chambers' Book of Days, Vol. 2, p. 13. Person. The king showed him high favor, and ordered him to be lodged at the palace of the Cardinal de Bourbon, Archbishop of Sens, during his stay in the capital. when there a severe attack of gout seized him, that lasted 10 or 12 days. His Majesty sent him 200 crowns in gold, 200 acres d'or, vid. Maury, in a velvet purse, and the Queen 100 crowns, le Pelletier, I-92. They then dispatched him to Blois, to visit their children, the royal princes, and give his astrological opinion. He repaired thither, and seems to have acquitted himself to the satisfaction of the king. It is quite certain that he did not tell them precisely what he thought. For the princes were Francis II, Charles IX, and Henri III, whose tragical fates he has correctly set out, and with unmistakable clearness, as may be seen, at pages 84, 86, 96, by the forecasts in his strange book. He, however, cast their horoscopes and acquitted himself in this, as in all other transactions, qu'homme d'esprit. He returned to Ceylon so much encouraged that he set to work and completed his centuries, consisting of 300 more quatrains. These further quatrains he appears to have printed in 1558, but Guérin says that he dedicated them to the king in 1557. The only thing that is certain is that the text type dates the epistle June 27, 1558. This luminary epistle to the king, Guérin tells us, discovers future events from the birth of Louis XIV, now reigning, till the coming of Antichrist. Maury says that nobody knows what his report was. Guérin and res, as we have shown, says Nostradamus dedi. Henri II was killed the following year, 1559, at the tournament of Saint Quentin, as we shall see it fully set forth at quatrain 35 in century I. Dated the luminary epistle to Henri II. In 1557. Mle Pelletier holds, I-10, that Henri II never knew of the dedicatory epistle written to him by name, and that, as the events referred to do not concern the house of Valois, they could have had no interest for him had he known of the epistle. Mle Pelletier adds a most singular note to this remark, that the epistle is dedicated for un victissime, tres puissant, et tres Crécy and Henry Roy de France II. This epigraph he maintains not to be addressed to Henri II, for he remarks that he was no longer alive when it made its appearance. Now, this is not so, for the dedicatory letter was dated in print June 27, 1558, and the king's death only took place in 1559, so that the document was even in print before his death. But, had it not been so, there is no reason whatever why Nostradamus should not have supplied the king with a copy of the letter and quatrains in manuscript long before either of them had been committed to type. Jean Deroux, Coeur de Livicamp, wrongly suggests that it was intended as a prophetical dedication to Louis Le Grand or XIV. Mle Pelletier thinks it was not even dedicated to the great Henri Cotter, but to a happy face, Henry, Roy de France II, second being the Latin secundus, or prosperous, i.e. some king not less illustrious than Henri Cotter, whose reign is to arise in the future. This it is which furnishes to the reader the secret purpose of Le Pelletier's book, which is to set forth the claims of the Duc de Bordeaux, who would have ascended the French throne as Henri V. Accordingly, in the body of the book, he has interpreted 5 quatrains and 1 suzerain of the prophecies of Nostradamus as referring to this glorious King Henri II, who has never arrived, and who, being now some years dead, never can. We have seen that the Coeur de Livicamp could even suppose that Louis XI could stand for Henry, Roy de France II. M.F. Buguet, in his Études sur Nostradamus, has the same idea, that he does not address Henri II, because he was not of a character sufficiently great to merit the attribution of such spiritual. He had now become quite a court favorite, for Emmanuel, the Duke of Savoy, visited him at his house at Ceylon about this period, in the month of October, and, in the December following, the Princess Marguerite de France, sister of Henri H., who by the treaty of peace at Cambresis was to marry the Duke, came also to Nostradamus, entertaining him very familiarly, Garanciers and Maury. Charles IX. Made a progress through the kingdom in 1564, to quiet the cities that had mutinied, and authority to him by our prophet, as if the flattery of a dedication was to be interpreted au pied de la lettre. It could only be addressed, he thinks, to a really great man, a saint. M. Buget, in his book of 1862, evidently was another of those who made the fatal error of interpreting Nostradamus out of the future, instead of carefully following the enigmas thrown out by him to find their fulfillment in the past. These gentlemen, if they had assiduously read the epistle itself, instead of consulting their imaginative faculties, would have perceived plainly enough that Nostradamus was writing to the only king he knew, before whom he had personally presented himself, and whom, as he says, he had highly reverenced from Isleua Jourk premier. Ment dei and Isel je me presenle. The concluding words of the dedication are equally plain, and show that he is addressing a king whom he has individually seen with his own eyes, depuis que messio furiat si proxta vestra splendor solaire. All the rest is to be set down to the strain of courtly flattery that was customarily addressed to kings, then and down to a period full 200 years later, especially on occasion of penning royal dedications. The purpose of this long note is to establish, once and for all, I trust, that he, Roi de France II, stands, without any subtlety at all, simply for King Henri II, and nothing more. It is vain to endeavor to make millstones transparent that we may shoot unexpected rays of light through them. They will answer their purpose by being left in the dark, and will grind grain the better for it. Transparency will in such cases represent frangibility. When he came to Provence, on arriving at Ceylon, November 17, he asked first of all for Nostradamus. Nostradamus was in the suite of magistrates around the king, so that he was presented on the instant, upon which the king made him his physician in ordinary, and honored him with the title of Count Celer. He complained rather bitterly of the neglect with which his fellow townsmen treated him. Caesar Nostradamus reports this, saying, Et de ce, me souviens fort bien, car je fus de la partie, Maury. On the return journey he again inquired for Nostradamus, and gave him 200 acres. He was at this time over 60, and with his health fast breaking under severe attacks of gout. He died within about 16 months of this period, and the salary and profits of physician in ordinary must have greatly comforted the old man in his latter days. He enjoyed now the further satisfaction of being flocked to by learned men, grandees, and others, who resorted to him far and near, as to an oracle. As Saint Jerome remarks of Livy, so may we remark of him, says his biographer, Jean Amaze, that those who came to France sought Nostradamus as the only thing to be seen there. The closing scene is now drawing very near, and we find him much afflicted with his maladies, notably arthritic gout, as distinguished from podagra, which Dr. C. Uyen considers as the seat of idiopathic gout. He awaited with firmness his climacteric, as they used to designate a man's 63rd year. He died on the 2nd of July, 1566, a little before sunrise, having all his senses yet about him, for the arthrices turned to dropsy about 8 days previously, and early on the second day of the month suffocated him. Jean Amaze says that Nostradamus was well advised of the time, even of the very day and hour, when his death must take place. The prophet reminded him frequently towards the close of the previous June that he had written with his own hand, in the ephemerides of Jean Stadius, these words in Latin, Hype rope mors est, here is death at hand. The day, continues this friend, before he exchanged this life for a better, after I had spent many hours with him, and late at night was taking leave of him until the following morning, he said, You will not see me alive at sunrise. M. Le Pelletier gives, I-91, presage 141 as a stanza pointing to his own death, but, as the presages were not printed till 1568, Their authenticity may or may not be accepted as the reader feels inclined. The lines run thus, and are remarkable enough, if we admit that they were a genuine forecast, for, although they assign no specific date, yet they sum up the principal facts rather fully. De retour d'ambassade, don de roy miss olu, plus nn fera, sira à la quai de coup. Parents plus prox, Amos, frères du sang, trouvé tout mort prns du licht et du bank. The meaning given to this is, that on his return from Aries, whence he was sent for, in 1564, by Charles IX, to see him a second time, after he had safely put away the 300 crowns given him by the king and queen, his last transaction would be concluded, and he would then render his soul to God. His nearest relatives, brothers, and friends would find him dead near his bed, seated, as was customary with him, on the bench at its foot, as he could there breathe more freely. This is the interpretation put upon it by M. I.C. Pelletier. As I understand Caesar Nostradamus, the king did not send for him to Aries, but asked again for him on his Majesty's return to Ceylon, and I should think the word ambassada must refer to some private mission the king had sent him upon entirely apart from this, and for which he paid him. Be this as it may, the fact that Nostradamus assigns no date for his death, in this presage, goes to establish its authenticity, one would incline to say. For supposing it to have been foisted in, after his death, surely a fabricator of the marvellous would first of all have made it to show trois vitiges et trots his, and twisted that into some colorable shape. He would have been little likely to add as a prophetical feature that the king's present had been put away in a safe place, as to do so seems anything rather than a supernatural instinct. It is a touch of prose more than of the Python. On the whole, I should incline to take the verse for a genuine emanation from the pen of Nostradamus. Certainly he would recognize, even medically, that, as he found himself to be growing fort cardiac timble towards his climacterical year, he would know that his dissolution was at hand. A man's grand climacteric is generally considered to arrive at 63, though some place it at 81, that number being composed of 9 times 9. In either of these periods, if sickness occur, it is considered as especially likely to prove fatal. C. There seems to be a diversity of opinion about this, for some say that the annus climacteriaeus is 84, or 12 times 7. Aulus Gellius thinks the opinion to be of immense antiquity, running back to the Chaldeans, and no doubt Pythagoras derived it from the East. Ficinus explains it by saying that the body of man is ruled over by each planet in turn for the space of 1 year, and, Saturn being the most maleficent, every 7th year falling to his presidency becomes extremely dangerous. This explanation would shut out the 9s, except in the 63rd and 81st year, but it would also vitiate the whole scheme of astrology, for the planet under which a man was born, say he were born under Saturn, would dominate his body at birth, and be, one must suppose, the ruling planet that year, and, if it were Saturn, would recur only on his 8th year. 84 would not be in favor generally, as it consists entirely of even numbers, though divisible by 7. Many held that only a number produced by the multiplication of an odd number could be climacterical. Augustus thought it a subject of great rejoicing when he had passed over his 63rd year. Maury will have 81 to be properly speaking the climacteric, and he notes that at this age died Plato, Diogenes, Eratosthenes the geometer, and many other illustrious personages. Some went so far as to say that political bodies had their climacterical periods, and they certainly, judging from our own country, have periods of fatal folly, whether or no the 9s and 7s collide, or the stars fight against. Aulus Gellius, Nox Odyssey, 15. 7. Caesira. But amongst other oddities of history may be chronicled the fact that Henri Cotter was the 63rd king of France, which made Jverb talk of la vainitude s appliquée, et trouver la climat drike, de eternal fleur-de-lis, that fleur-de-lis whose terrible withering up in the fatal year of 93 Nostradamus so powerfully forecasts. Suffice it to say that in this climacterical crisis Nostradamus succumbed in his 63rd year to gout, which turned to dropsy. Nostradamus was interred at the Church of the Franciscan Friars, Les Cordeliers, at Ceylon, as it is noted, on the left-hand side of the church door, Guernsey Res. His widow erected to him a marble tablet, representing his figure to the life, and his arms above it. The epitaph is as follow, made, they say, in imitation of that great Livy aforenamed, the Roman historian, D. M. Clarissima Assa Michaelis Nostradami, Unius Omnium Mortalium Judicio Digna, Cujus Pene Divino Calamo Todius Orbis, ex Astrorum Influxu, Futuri Eventus Conscriberenter. Vixit Annos LXII. Menses 6. Dies 17. Obiits alonen. Sioidlxi. Quietum posteri ne invited. Anna Poncha Gemella conjugi opt v felicit. It was really in the 6th month of his 63rd year that he died. Translation. Here lie the bones of the illustrious Michael Nostradamus, whose almost divine pen alone, in the judgment of all mortals, was worthy to record, under the influx of the stars, the future events of the whole world. He lived 62 years, 6 months, 17 days. He died at Ceylon in the year 1566. Posterity, disturb not his sweet rest. And Ponce Gemelli hopes for her husband true felicity. The text of this epitaph is that given by Benal Strigot in the edition of Nostradamus published by him in 1568. In stature he was somewhat undersized, of a robust body, sprightly, and vigorous. He had a broad and open forehead, a straight even nose, grey eyes, of kindly expression, but in anger capable of flashing fire. The general expression was severe, though pleasant, so that a grand humanity shone through the seriousness. Even in age his cheeks were rosy. He had a long thick beard, and excellent health till nearly the close of life. He had his senses, being alert and keen, up to the very last moment. He had a good and lively wit, seizing with quick comprehension every thing that he wished to acquire. His judgment was very penetrating, his memory happy and retentive. He was taciturn by nature, thought much and spoke little, but at the right time and occasion he could discourse extremely well. He was quick, and sudden even to irascibility, but very patient where work had to be done. He slept 4 or 5 hours only out of the 24. He practiced freedom of speech himself and commended it in others. He was cheerful and facetious in conversation, though in jesting a little given to bitterness. He was attached, so says de Chavigny, to the Roman Church, and held fixedly the Catholic faith. Out of its pale there was for him no salvation. Though pursuing a line of thought entirely his own, he had no sympathy with the Lutheran heretics of so-called free thought. He was given to prayer, fasting, and charity. As far as outward observance was concerned, he might be classed with the highly respectable and decent. Le Pelletier says, "Sa fin fut chr, 5 but he adds a little further on that his style is very much more like that of the pagan oracles of Greece and Rome than of the canonical prophets of Hebrew inspiration." He was very generous to the poor, and held it as a sort of maxim that in this sense it was legitimate to make friends with the mammon of unrighteousness. Jean amazed de Chavigny, who seems to have come over from Beaune to play the part of a Boswell to Nostradamus, and, after his friend's death, is said to have devoted 28 years of his life to editing the centuries with notes. Asterisk says that he collected 12 books of the centuries, of which vols. 7, 11, and 12 are imperfect. These are in quatrains, and are classified as propheties, and they extend to very remote ages. The presages, we are told, were written between 1550 and 1567. And were collected by Amaze and reduced into 12 books. Temple Bar, Slee. p. 87, authority for the term of years. How any could have been written in 1567, I know not, as Nostradamus died in 1566. But, however this may be, there are 12 presages, or one for each month throughout the year 1567. The last one is that which we have already given, as relating to his own death. In prose, as he thinks them worthy of the attention of posterity. The few presages that are in print run to only 143 quatrains in verse, so we must suppose that those written in prose have perished entirely. Nostradamus left 2 brothers behind him, one named Bertrand, the other, Jean, who was his junior, and proctor to the Parliament at Aix, composed a history of Provence, and also wrote the lives of the poets of Provence. Maury states that by his second wife he had 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. Of his sons, Isar, the eldest, was a person of demonstratively gay and kindly spirit. It was to him, when quite a child, that Nostradamus dedicated the first 7 of the centuries published by him. These are the most authentic of all, and Maury remarks that, if you wish the quatrains to be without interpolation, you should secure early editions. The reader will understand that to be now unnecessary, inasmuch as we have all along been dealing with the text type. Caesar was born at Ceylon, 1555, and died 1629. He, like his uncle Jean, was an author, and wrote upon the same topics, leaving in manuscript a collection of the most remarkable things happening in Provence from the year 1080 to 1494. In this he included the lives of the poets of Provence. Many years after his death, his nephew and namesake, Caesar Nostradamus, who was governor of Provence and gentleman in waiting *, the book was entitled, Les Vies des plus célèbres et anciens poètes provençaux, qui ont fleuri du tourns des contes. Provence, Lyon, 1575, a book still sought for, and rather rare. Upon the Due de Guise, found them, and himself worked at them, till, in 1603, the Parliament of the province voted him 3,000 livres to encourage him to complete the work, which he did, and they were finally printed in Lyons in 1614, under the title of Chroniques de l'Histoire de Provence. He commences with the Celtic Gauls at the early date of the deluge. This is worthy of a true scion of the tribe of Issachar. A very strange story is told of Caesar by La Motte l'Éveilleur in his Instruction pour Monseigneur le Dauphin. He, like his father, Michel, had a taste for forecasting the future, and had ventured to predict that Posen, which was besieged, would perish by fire, but it was taken by coup de main. Whilst the pillage was going forward, the foolish prophet was, it is said, seen, match in hand, endeavoring to set it on fire. He was caught, and St. Luke, the commander, asked him if he had prophesied anything for himself that day. He replied, no, on which the general rode at him with his lance, and killed him on the spot. Maury relates the story somewhat differently. If either version were true, it would be clear that Caesar did not understand la parole hht de terre de occult prediction and that the lance head instead was dans son stomach it derches. From other authorities, however, it would seem that he was busy about his history. Long after the date thus assigned for his death, Charles, his brother, was very excellent in Provençal poetry, and several pieces of his are still extant. Michel's third son, whose name is not given us by Maury, became a Capuchin. An anecdote is related by Garin Sears, which he throws out as a merry passage to recreate his reader. Nostradamus was with Lord Florenville in Lorraine, at the Castle of Fame. He was attending medically his lordship's mother. In the yard where they strolled there were 2 little pigs, one white and the other black. His lordship inquired of Nostradamus jestingly what would be the fate of those pigs. We shall eat the black one, and the wolf shall eat the white, said he. Lord Florenville secretly ordered the cook to get ready the white one for supper. When it was spitted ready for roasting, the cook left the kitchen for something, and in his absence a young tame wolf came in and ate a part of it, so that it could not appear at table. The cook immediately killed the black one, and sent it up at the time appointed. His lordship, not knowing what had happened, said to Nostradamus, "Well, sir, we are now eating the white pig, how shall the wolf get it?" "I do not believe it," rejoined the prophet, "it is the black one that is upon the table." The cook was sent for, and by his confession the truth came out, much to the surprise of everybody present. Another story follows this, that Nostradamus had said that treasure was hidden in a little hill near Fame, that it would not be found if sought for, but that, if the ground was dug for any other reason, it would. Aaron Sears adds that there is great probability about this, as it is the site of an ancient temple, and many times since antiquities have been unearthed here. He completes his cock and bull story by saying that many such tales are told of Nostradamus all over France, but that he passes them by as being unwilling to write anything without good warrant. Amongst other nonsensical reports spread was one that he caused himself to be boiled alive, and that he continued to write prophecies. This, no doubt, was set afloat by those honest publishers who in life had done him the honor to pirate his almanacs. At any rate, it made for their interest. It has also been pretended that so many in Ceylon regarded him as an impostor, that for security's sake he was buried in the Franciscan church. Those who desire the bibliography of the editions of Nostradamus up to the year 1840 will consult that which has been admirably drawn up by Eugene Barrist, Paris, 1840, in his work upon Nostradamus. Or they may find it copied textually, with all due acknowledgement of its excellence, in the first volume of L. E. Pelletier's edition of the Oracles. The works of Nostradamus, besides the prophecies, seem to have been several almanacs, 2 of which were translated at once into NHSH, and are given by Watt, Bib. Britain. Almanac for 1559. London, 1559. 8vo Almanac et Prognostications. London, 1559. 8vo Maury gives further an almanac for county labourers, to mark the seasons favourable for their work. A true predecessor, this, of More's Vox Stellarum. Predictions before 155 s. London, 1691. 4to This is named by Watt, and may be a translation of the genuine first edition of the 7 centuries, but I have not met with it. Prophecies of the Kings and Queens of England. 1715. This is the work by D.D. that we have largely quoted from. An excellent treatise on contagious infirmities in 1559-60. Translated into English. London, 1559. Trading. DCS Fardiments. Lyon, 1552. De Coiffures, etc. Anfkers, 1557. Opuscule de plusieurs exquises recepts, divis, asterisk and do.ex parties. Lyon, 1572. I6mo. This contains both the above. Laurenic tri s udil contre klopk saint et tautski javres pxtelenlikles. Paris, 165 1. 8vo Paraphrase de Galien sur I exhortation de Maynodot auxiliary iltudes des beaux-arts. Lyon, 1558. 8vo Touching the prophecies of Nostradamus, Théophile de Guernsey Res gives us an interesting fact, that, after the primer, it was the first book at school in which he learned to read. It was the custom in France then, i.e. 1618, to initiate children bj that book. They thought the crabbed and obsolete words, such as long survived in the English law, would give the scholars some ilxa of the old French language, so that the book got republished from year to year like an almanac. He chronicles that many have run mad from over studying the prophecies. He dissuades readers from doing this, because interpretation must always be a little uncertain where, Like an ancient oracle, the author indulges in a double sense, which he thinks Nostradamus often does. Without a peculiar genius, he docs not suppose it possible to get at a right understanding of the quatrain. Even when the prophecy is quite plain, as that the Parliament should J.U.T. King Charles to death, no reader, until it had happened, could tell when, or how, it would be brought about. Even his astrological signs will not fix things, because the planets go and return again to the same bearings. Some of his reasons are very peculiar, one being that it is not profitable for the vulgar to have knowledge of the future, that God reserves the knowledge of the times to himself, and that it might trespass upon business of state to discover and lay open things which the prudent wish to conceal, and he concludes, oddly enough, that for these reasons, dear reader, I would not have thee entangle thyself in the pretensions of knowing future things. He conceives that there are many concurrent causes tending to diminish the prophetic reputation of Nostradamus. The very ordinary manner in which he conformed to the rules and ritual of the Roman Catholic Church, would lead no one to infer that he enjoyed any extraordinary favor from the Almighty. His proficiency in judicial astrology would furnish matter of prejudice against him in the minds of many learned men, the very devout suspected him of necromancy, and familiarity with the angel of darkness. Finally, the inherent obscurity of his style, has been rendered still more difficult by the interminable faults introduced by the copyists and the carelessness of printers. Now, it is admitted, he says, and by its ablest defenders, that judicial astrology cannot enable its professor to foretell such particularities as proper names and other circumstances that hang upon the free will of men, and, as our author does foretell such things as these, he must have had recourse to the black art to obtain his result. Accordingly Lord Morrimond de Raymond, in his Hearth of Heresies, makes this charge against him, also Lord Spond, in the third volume of his Annals. In 1566, devised this epitaph for him. Mortuus est hoc anno nugax il toto orb famosus Michel Nostradamus, qui se presium et presiguni eventuum futurorum per astrorum influxum venditavit, sub cujus dinceps nomini quivis homines ingeniosi suis huges modi cogitations protendere consuavirent, in Cornwald apposit lucet qui dixit, Nostradamus cum falsidamus, etc. Provoked thus, Garancier's endeavors to prove Nostradamus to have been enlightened by the Holy Spirit. We shall not follow him in this matter any further than to avail ourselves of the facts we may light upon in the course of his arguments, and to record a few of the eulogies upon him that Garancier's gathers from eminent authors in times past. To these we may add some authorities who in modern times have named him, but these mostly sum up his forecastings as springing from venality, vanity, and imposture. Of proper names, that Nostradamus has anticipated, the list is considerable. He names the Lord of Monluc, Captain Gary, Lord de la Mole, Admiral of the galleys to Henri H. Andregues, beheaded by Louis XHL, Clairpney, the headsman, Sinan, the Pasha who destroyed Hungary, Clement, who murdered Henri IH, the attorney David and Captain Ampus, Rousseau, the mayor of Puy, in 1566 died that trifler, so famous throughout the world, Michael Nostradamus, who boasted while he lived that he knew and could foretell future events by the influence of the stars, in whose name afterwards many ingenious men have put forth their imaginings, justifying him who said so aptly, Nostradamus, etc. Louis, Prince of Condé, Sixtus V, calling him son of Haymont, Gabriel d'Esterd, Lord Mutinous, Anthony de Surdis, Lord Chancellor of France, the Queen Louise, Antony of Portugal. Since Garancier's time other names have been identified, Narbonne, the Minister of War, Sauls, Lethui, for the Tuileries, Lonely, for Old Knoll, or Cromwell, Montmorency, Le Grand Chiron, anagram of Henri Le Grand, Mendosas, anagram of Vendosme, Norlaris, anagram for Lorraines, Robin, anagram of Byron, Rapes, anagram for Paris, S. Leocap, for Caput, or Louis XVI, Varenus, the place where Louis was arrested, the play upon Our and Bon, for Bourbon, St. 744, Orgast, anagram of Estrange for Marie Antoinette the Austrian, Montgolfier, for Montgolfier, the aeronaut, the island of Elba, mentioned as /Ethelia, the ancient name of Elba, Saint Memir, anagram for Saint Mary, and the play on d'Ordelines for Louis Philippe. This is a goodly list of names to guess at haphazard. Such chance as could so result would rival any prophecy in the miraculous nature of its elements. Again, as regards the curious things he mentions, one might make out a long list. The date of the fire of London. The 500 Marseillais that led the attack upon the Tuileries. The naming of the year 1792 for the French Revolution, the 22nd of September in that year being the date from which the Republicans began to reckon anew their era. Many more might so easily be gathered as to even weary the reader with their enumeration. He mentions the birth of persons that were born after his death. Now, judicial astrology could give no help in such cases, since to commence casting a nativity presupposes birth. In his epistle to his son Caesar we shall see what he says of himself and the gifts he possessed, but even there he was obliged to be somewhat obscure, to protect himself from the ridicule of the world on the one side, and from the severities of the Church on the other. He tells his son to eschew the study of the future astrologically, to avoid magic, as prohibited by the Church and Scripture, and that he himself had burnt some books that taught the art of prophesying, although it is pretty evident that he had first read them through very carefully himself. He relates that a mighty flame burst forth from them to the danger of his house, and this he interpreted to be the consequence of their falsity. But yet he seems to have gone through a good many of the magical forms when he was about to devote the night to prophetical studies. He holds that inspired revelation is a participation of the eternal divinity, though he scarcely lays claim to being a prophet in the sense of the word. In fact, he denies himself to be such a prophet. But, failing to claim inspiration, and denouncing the practice of astrology and the pursuit of magic, one is left somewhat in the dark as to what he really did profess to be the source of fatidical utterance possessed by him. That he had the gift in a marvelous potency this book will show, and that he openly claimed to possess it his whole life proves. It is, in fact, from this I should desire to establish that at least he was no impostor, for he only told others what he began by implicitly believing himself. As to his obscurity, he himself admits it as a thing to be cultivated both in the times he lived in and in those that were to follow. No one can truthfully deny that obscurity and prophecy seem to be almost interchangeable and convertible terms. The prophecies in Scripture are of such ambiguity that Whitby was commended by many for concluding his commentarge in the Bible with the general epistle of Jude, without a word bestowed upon the revelations of St. John. There are those who will hold that prophecies are useless, as they cannot generally be understood until they have been fulfilled. It is obvious that many prophecies are of such a nature as that, if they were clearly understood previous to the event, they would prevent their own fulfillment, and so cease to have been prophecies. What they foretold would never have occurred. The philosophy of history is supposed to show that providence shapes the course of human events, how much soever humanity may seem at every instant to be following out its own collective will. This theory is most in favor amongst erudite modern thinkers, who incline very little towards acquiescence in the old church doctrine of predestination. Yet inspired prophecy is a collateral proof of the same principle as that which underlies the philosophy of history. Both of them depend on the finger of God first shaping chaos into things, and then things into their continuous courses. The shaping is not needed more at the first creation than it is at every successive stage, whether for preservation or for progression. Again, the interest of uninspired prophecy is for mortal man not much less vivid, for, if we have interpreted Nostradamus rightly, we find in him a man living 300 years ago talking intelligibly, if not clearly, of things that are happening today. If there be a power in human nature, latent in the generality, but in a few alert and quick, To link far centuries together in anticipatory thought, I take it to be quite clear, that one fact must revolutionize the whole scheme of human philosophy as accepted now, whether it relates to life, to death, or to futurity. The fatidical capacity implies a spirit of immortality in man. With that once established, we re-enter upon the domain of faith, we recognize that the earth is drossy and the body sin, we recreate the soul, and laugh at the fool, or the philosopher, who doubts, denies, and ridicules it. It gives new ground to teach the immortality of man, it lifts us above the dirt doctrine of gold, it renders poetry once again possible to lips hallowed with Apollo's fire, it brings back a possibility of worship upon earth, and, with that, prayer, praise, and peace. Bates, the silver-tongued, says well, that for man it is as natural to pray as to breathe. Garin C. Res is of opinion that the writings of our prophet were for a century allowed to be in darkness, but we have seen that in his own day Nostradamus attracted the notice of the learned, of the nobility, and of the king himself. Garin C. Res says that the first book they gave hint at school after the primer was The Centuries, so it was not neglected then, and M. L. E. Pelletier remarks that Nostradamus's fame has now been before the world for 300 years, with an always growing reception. Of course, as time wanes, and as fresh quatrains become interpreted after accomplishment, the series must shine with an ever-augmenting brilliancy and splendor. The kings of France have never been quite indifferent to the oracles, or at least to such of them as could be shown to refer to them individually. It is reported of Charles Edward Stuart, the Pretender, that he to the last conned * over the volume, anxiously hoping to find in it some stanza promising to his royal line restoration to the throne of England, but in vain. Chambers' Book of Days, 2. 13, in modern times prophecy is derided, and our seer, obscurely hinting his strange forecasts, is voted incoherent, rhapsodial, or an impostor. Almost everyone has heard his name mentioned, but that is all. Few who come across his work accidentally on a bookshelf can make head or tail of his Provençal and half-obsolete terms. Without special study you cannot understand him, and to study a work that lies under a general ban of imposture, in a time when only lucrative study is pursued, is a thing not to be thought of by a litterateur of any intelligence. Consequently in England it is a name, floating far and wide it may be, that nevertheless remains but a name and nothing more. I hope, however, when this book comes to be read by the competent few, it will be seen that there exists far more than a mere name to be dealt with here, that in Nostradamus we have the greatest fatidical seer, not divinely accredited. Bouyes does the same for Napoleon I.D. That the world has ever beheld, that if accepted as being endowed with a rare and curious foresight, after the severest inquiry into what he has done has been instituted by grammarians, historians, and philosophic critics, it will next become necessary to try to look into the causes, and so ascertain how he operated. If we cannot succeed in that, and yet cannot deny his work, we must add the faculty, so remarkably developed in him, to the perceptive powers of the human race, as a sixth sense, generally latent but sometimes developed, the faculty of anticipating the future. Science, so called, must enlarge its narrow categories, and admit, though never so grudgingly, that a new faculty of vast import must henceforth be accredited to humanity, a faculty which the superstitious and the profoundly religious alike have immemorially admitted, but which philosophers, as such, have as persistently ignored, denied, or even ridiculed. It has often been said by troubled thinkers, with a pretentious flourish of baffled profundity, that true philosophy begins in doubt. I would whisper it down the wind, but not in Gath, that for the most part there it also ends. Anatomy cuts up a dead man to find life. Analysis reduces final investigation to a caput luertim. Philosophy begins in doubt, and travels a wide circle to close in doubt again. Perhaps, after all, the best basis might be faith. Beginning with faith, haply a man might find God accompanying investigation with him step by step through life, even in this world and its miraculous garden, till the hour come for him to step, through the 6-foot wicket, into the paradise of that glorious world that is adjacent to us but not seen, where sighs are not heaved, and whose glories are incorruptible. When we come to enumerate some few of the opinions that have been expressed on the writings and character of Nostradamus, it will be seen that a vast number of them condemn him for charlatanry and imposture, especially as we approach our own day. For now what is denominated science accepts nothing for true but what is deducible from the reason. It takes for granted that nothing can be known respecting the future, beyond what cultivated prudence can gather from a politic acquaintance with the past, coupled perhaps with a sagacious estimate of the principles now at work, and the fruit they are likely to engender. In fact, what the knowledge of a wise man can enable him to foresee, covers for such theorists the whole extent and province of all prophecy possible to man. The sagacity of Mazarin, which detected the revolutionary element in the Cardinal de Retz whilst still a youth, or the prediction of Bishop Butler, in 1741, that the levelling spirit then visible, under the direction of principles that were atheistic, threatened dangers that might menace Europe. But to call this prophecy is to be ignorant of what the word prophecy means. To state it thus, or so to limit it, is to deny the existence of the prophetic faculty altogether. A direct denial of the thing is better than a skeptical definition of it. Skepticism, then, in our day, not believing there can be such a thing as a true presage, concludes that Mother Shipton and Nostradamus stand on precisely the same footing. They read a quatrain of Nostradamus, only understand one line out of 4, and say that, although that one may be intelligible, the Sphinx itself could make nothing of the others, and that out of a number of such verses it would be marvellous if something curious were not occasionally let fall. The next inference is that the author set up for a gift that he did not possess, and soon found the imposture was far more lucrative than the dull routine of medical practice, as in those times the superstition of the public was unlimited. The ignorance of the Middle Ages is pointedly contrasted for us now with the wisdom and knowledge of our own day. What, prejudice apart, does this mean, if briefly summed up in an aphorism? Only this, that the wisdom of today gives us the nihilist of no faith, in place of the astrologer of too much. We ought to remember in all this that our author had reached the mature age of 52 before he printed one word of the work that we are spending time over. He tells us that for generations the family of Nostradamus had inherited and transmitted some share of the prophetic gift. Garansier's preface, P.I. 6, that it came to him as a natural genius, in which it seems that his sons partially shared. He had cultivated it long for his private pleasure, and the request in which his almanac stood seems to have first led him to think he might more largely utilize the faculty. He never appears to have made any large sum of money through it. He supported himself and brought up his family by steady work in his professional calling. On the very brink of publicity, anticipating malign influences, he still hesitated to take the final plunge, and, when he did take it, he was in his 53rd year. Men seldom pass through life performing all its duties with credit and decorum, earn a competency, and at 52 enter upon a career of contemptible imposture. No, this is not according to human nature. We must acquit him of imposture. Michel Nostradamus was one of the most learned men of his day, the friend of Jules César Scaliger. He knew many modern languages, and the Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. He had followed medicine from the age of 22, took his doctor's degree at 26, filled a professorial chair at Montpellier, and late in life devoted himself to judicial astrology, in which, and in an intuitive forecast beyond what that can bestow, he has distanced by far all other competitors in the same line. Let a reader thoroughly acquaint himself with all that is here set before him as to Charles in England, and its bloody reenactment in the French Revolution, letting all the rest stand aside, and, if he can rise from the perusal, feeling that there is any kind of imposture discoverable throughout those strange and wonderful revelations, then he himself possesses so miraculous a form of judgment, as to leave me without a word further to advance upon the subject. Mle Pelletier conceives that the compt non advenitiact, or ravgniment and rgne de gens di commum, which I have rendered the vulgar advent, extending from the death of Louis XVL to the reign of Antichrist, is the grand object of Nostradamus. It is to paint this lurid epopee that he devotes 3/4 at least of his quatrains, according to Le Pelletier. Myself, I think this proportion to he overstated. But our prophet returns to it again and again, elaborates the most minute details, and concenters upon it as in a focus the brightest rays of his mystical genius. Some think that Catherine de' Medici was largely influenced in her firm and far-seeing policy by the counsels of Nostradamus, whom she visited expressly at Salon de Creux, in 1564, with her son, Charles IX. This may have been so, but it is a great question whether Nostradamus, for all his visions, curiously as they realize themselves in time, could advise the Queen or anybody else at all better than any other wise man of elaborate culture could. His visions would come to him as verses to a great poet, and when written down and the afflatus fled, he would drop back to the ordinary condition of humanity. He would drop back to the level of reason and the discourse of science, with nothing to specially distinguish him from other men well placed to learn such wisdom and knowledge as this world has to bestow upon them. To expect more of him is to expect with the commonalty that if you met Milton in Bread Street he would address you in blank verse, and strain good morning into metre. Great men cut very plain figures in common broadcloth. It is the impostor who is magisterial, and puts on the airs of a Cagliostro. Nostradamus is sometimes a pillar of fire, but oftener is he a pillar of cloud. He is a past master in words, and depicts events with a terseness that almost baffles parallel, but still his employment of these same words is more practical than artistic, for he never rises to poetry. As an accepted visionary he is perhaps less swayed by the imagination than any man of at all kindred type that one can mention. With him words are as often used to veil as to unfold his meaning. His contempt for simple persons, the ignorant, is very broadly marked. Men of knowledge are to constitute his audience. The heaven of prophecy is in his opinion a region unfit for children. He, clean contrary to the example set forth in St. Mark, X14, will suffer none such to approach him. He chiefly predicts the evil to come, what is good only figures in his pages incidentally, and at long intervals. But here it is to be observed that the staple of true prophecy must always run parallel with that of history, whilst, as to the latter, it has grown into an axiom, happy is the country that has no history. He fatigues while he fascinates us amid the variety of his combinations, yet a deeper examination will often end in clothing these riddling and vexed illusions in a magical and floating investment that lifts them up into a calm sublimity. Still he is clearly no prophet in the Old and Hebrew sense of the word, like Isaiah, Daniel, David, Jar, a man who neither respects his own person as regards its safety, nor the person of other men as regards their position. You cannot say of him, sit misc dia verax es, non eniton respicis personam hominum, st. Mat xxii. 16, which is the test touch all the world over of a true prophet. Le Pelletier's summing up is, see the ban he utters in Century 6, at the close Barden proculsus/ito. He shows a quite Horatian and heathen antipathy to the profanum vulgus. Say on artiste and pronostics. There is a Pythic ring in all he writes and says, a subflavor, too, of Kabbalistic lore far gathered from those ancient compromising books which he saw fit to burn. The outward signs of his procedure and methods are palpably magical, as set forth in the stanzas that open his first century to the reader. If we know that he professed Christian orthodoxy, equally we know that he practiced judicial astrology, and made unquestionable use of the pagan ritual of incantation. These rites, uncomprehended by all the erudite in books who wrote about them, were by the divines and fathers of the early church ignorantly attributed to prestidigitation, tolk dan art, and fraudulent compact with the sable fiend. Perhaps they may turn out to have been merely natural excitations, empirically discovered, tending to enable the subject of them more fully to reach a state of semi-conscious ecstasy, to place the cerebral light in the current of latent light that pervades all space, if such an expression be permissible, and so elicit results that are ordinarily unattainable by man. Bowies, who wrote in 1806, plainly considers him to have been a clairvoyant. The animal magnetizers call him a Kryshaki. Possibly all these processes only served to place him in a position favorable to clairvoyance, but on all this, respected and gentle reader, construct your own opinion. Let the man be to you prophet, sorcerer, or clairvoyant. Call him what you will, so you free him from the stigma of impostor. Mle Pelletier's judgment as to that ought to be regarded as final, L. Ampleton de son genii, et la surety inimaginable de son coup de ciel, ne permettent gucker de la croire. It has been well said that the man and his works are an enigma. Everything in our author is ambiguous, the man, the thought, the style. We stumble at every step in the rough paths of his labyrinth. Once we enter, jeering voices seem to deride us from behind each stanza, strophe, word. We try to interrogate, but grow silent before a man of emotionless nerve and of impenetrable mask. What are these centuries? What is Nostradamus? In them and him all may find something, but no man born of woman can find all. The Sphinx of France is here before us, a riddler, riddling of the fate of men, a man at once bold and timid, simple, yet who can plumb his depth. A superficial Christian, a pagan perhaps at heart, a man rewarded of kings, and yet, so far as we can see, furnishing no one profitable hint to them that could make their life run smoother, or remove a single peril from their path. He leaves a book of things malign, written by one who, albeit, never spoke a word that a tons ne seroid agr able. Behold this Janus of a double face, his very breath is double, the essence of ambiguity lies wrapped incarnate in him, and it molds the man, the thought, the style. Preface A Monday fills. The preface of Michael Nostradamus to his prophecies. To Caesar Nostradamus his son, life, and felicity. Thy late arrival Caesar Nostradamus my son, has made me bestow much time, through nightly vigils, to leave you in writing a memorial to refer to, after the corporal extinction of your progenitor, that might serve for the common profit of mankind, out of what the divine being has permitted me to learn from the revolution of the stars. And since it has pleased the immortal God that thou shouldst come into the natural light of this terrene abode, and shouldst say that thy years are not yet calculated astronomically, and thy March months are incapable to receive in their weak understanding what I must necessarily record as to happen after my time, seeing also that it is not possible to leave thee in writing what Caesar Nostradamus was born at the beginning of 1555, so he was but a few weeks old when his father dedicated to him the first 4 centuries, published for the first time in 1555, by Mac Bonhomme, the printer at Lyons. In the name of the Son the epistle is really a dedication to his spiritual sons, that is, to his interpreters and students in all future ages. Might suffer injury and be obliterated by time, for the inherited gift of occult prediction will remain confined to my own bowels, considering that events of human proposal are uncertain, whilst all is governed and directed by the incalculable power of heaven, guiding us, not by Bacchic fury, nor yet by lymphatic motion, but by astronomical assertion soli tio uriae divino afflati presagiunt et spirito prophetico particidariat. Although for years past I have predicted, a long time in advance, what has afterwards come to pass, and in particular regions attributing the whole accomplishment to divine power and inspiration, also other unfortunate and fortunate occurrences have been pronounced with accelerated promptitude which lymphatics, Garin C. Res, p. 16, tells, were anciently those who were mad for love, and he absurdly adds that the sign of it was, that such persons threw themselves into the water, lympha meaning water. Varro says that in Greece those who were mad were called Wioki movi, which means caught by nymphs. Festus, to fit this, thinks that men went mad by seeing the image of nymphs in the water fountains. Others have it that they were afraid of water, as if it were hydrophobia that possessed them. But nympha and lympha approach each other so nearly, that when a man is once caught by a nymph he is, for the time being, mad to all intents and purposes. It is not given to a man to love and to be wise. Leaving all this to be settled as it may, there is no question but in the medical technology of Nostradamus a deep melancholy is what was understood by the lymphatic motion, melancholy being the temperament most apt for study, poetry, and vaticination. Garanciferes invents a word for the occasion, or uses one that has since grown obsolete. He employs the verb lymphatize. Such alone as are inspired by the divine power can predict particular events in a spirit of prophecy. Have since happened in other parts of the world, for I was willing to maintain silence and to pass over matters that might prove injurious if published not only as relates to the present time, but also for the most part of future time, if committed to writing, since kingdoms, sects, and religions will pass through stages so very contrary, and, as regards the present time, diametrically opposed, that if I were to relate what will happen in the future, governors, sectaries, and ecclesiastics would find it so ill accordant with /s their auricular fancy, that they would go near to condemn what future ages will know and perceive to be true. Considering also the sentence of the true Saviour, Nolite sanctum der canabias nec mitatis virgaritas vestras anti porcos, ne forte conculsant eas pedibasuis, et conversi diri impant percent ws mat. 7:6. This it is which has led me to withhold my tongue from the vulgar, and my pen from paper. But, later on, I thought I would enlarge a little, and declare in dark and abstruse sajtings in consideration of /poien/ the vulgar advent vid. Le Pelletier, I 163. The most urgent of its future causes, as perceived by me, be the revolutionary changes what they may, so only as not to scandalize the auricular frigidity of my hearers, and write all down under a cloudy figure that shall essentially and above all things be prophetical. Although abscondidisti lyseca sapientibias, et deniabus, idest, potentibias et regibias, et inuclisti ea exeges et tenuibus. Asterisk by the grace of God and the good thou hast hidden these things from the wise and prudent, i.e. from the powerful and from kings, and hast revealed them to the small and weak. This is Nostradamus's glossa podi mat 11. 25. Angels, the prophets have had committed to them the spirit of vaticination, by which they see things at a distance, and are enabled to forecast future events. For there is nothing that can be accomplished without him, whose power and goodness are so great to all his creatures as long as they put their trust in him, much as they may be exposed or subject to other influences, yet on account of their likeness to the nature of their good guardian angel or genius. That heat and prophetic power draweth nigh to us, as do the rays of the sun which cast their influence alike upon bodies that are elementary and non-elementary. As for ourselves personally who are but human, we can attain to nothing by our own unaided natural knowledge, nor the bent of our intelligence, in the way of deciphering the recondite secrets of God the Creator. Quia non est nostrum nascere tempora, ne momenta etc. Although, indeed, now or hereafter some persons may arrive to whom God Almighty may be pleased to reveal by imaginative impression some secrets of the future, as accorded in time past to judicial astrology, when ue for quanda certain power and volitional faculty came upon them, as a flame of fire appears. They grew inspired, and were acts I7. Nostradamus seems, whenever he alludes to this appearance of flame as preceding vaticination, to have in his mind the descent of tongues of fire at Pentecost, Acts 2. 3, Hiae, Pi, 6-9, Vi Suyae Iiiiiitrup 6s. A flame of fire, be it observed, conveys a double symbol, it resembles a tongue in form. Its luminousness and its purifying tendency press the celestial nature of spirit, as contrasted with matter, and also inspiration. So that intrinsically and extrinsically it represents prophetic utterance. Able to judge of all inspiration, human and divine, alike. For the divine works, which are absolutely universal, God will complete, those which are contingent, or medial, the good angels direct, and the third sort come under the evil angels. Perhaps, my son, I speak to thee here a little too occultly. But as to the hidden vaticinations which come to one by the subtle spirit of fire, or sometimes by the understanding disturbed, it may even be, by contemplating the remotest stars, as being intelligences on the watch, even to giving utterance to declarations that being taken down in writing declare, without favor, and without any taint of improper loquacity, that all things whatsoever proceed from the divine power of the great eternal deity from whom all goodness emanates. Further, my son, although I have inserted the name of prophet, I do not desire to assume a title of so high sublimity at the present moment. For he who proplicta diciter codi olim vocabatir videns, Grotius contributes an unusually good note upon this passage, pointing out that as in Genesis 11:9, confusion of tongues scattered mankind, so here, Acts 2:3, the gift of tongues was to bring men again into one brotherhood. This passage is very difficult to bring to a clear sense in translation. Grnciers has simply evaded it. It seems to mean that God operates all the great effects in the universe, that, as he is the maker, so is he the perpetual operator in the world, its cause and life, but that the guardian angels are good and bad, and are charged with some sort of duty and office, not as affecting the mechanic frame of the world, but in respect of mankind. This is in conformity with the Kabbalah and Hermetical teaching, but what he precisely means cannot, I think, be quite absolutely stated. He who is called prophet now, once was called seer. For, strictly speaking, my son, a prophet is one who sees things remote from the knowledge of all mankind. Or, to put the case, to the prophet, by means of the perfect light of prophecy, there lie opened up very manifestly divine things as well as human, which cannot come about, seeing that the effects of future prediction extend to such remote periods. Now, the secrets of God are incomprehensible, and their efficient virtue belongs to a sphere far remote from natural knowledge, for, deriving their immediate origin from the free will, things set in motion causes that of themselves could never attract such attention as could make them recognized, either by human augury, or by any other knowledge of occult power. It is a thing comprised only within the concavity of heaven itself, from the present fact of all eternity, which comes in itself to embrace all time. Still, by the means of some eternal power, by an epileptic Herculean agitation, the causes by the celestial movement become known. I do not say, my son, in order that you may fully understand me, that the knowledge of this matter cannot yet impress itself upon thy feeble brain, that very remote future causes may not come within the cognizance of a reasonable being, if they are, notwithstanding, purely the creation of the intellectual soul of things present. Future things are not by any means too hidden or concealed. But the perfect knowledge of causes cannot be acquired without divine inspiration, since all prophetic inspiration derives its first motive principle from God the Creator, next from good fortune, and then from nature. Wherefore the independent causes being independently produced, or not produced, the presage partially happens, where it was predicted. For the human understanding, being intellectually created, cannot penetrate occult causes, otherwise than by the voice of a genius by means of the thin flame, vid. Page Y6, showing to what direction future causes incline to develop themselves. And further, my son, I implore you never to apply your understanding on such reveries and vanities as dry up the body and bring perdition to the soul and disturb all the senses. In like manner, I caution you against the seduction of a more than execrable magic, that has been denounced already by the sacred scriptures, by the divine canons of the Church, although we have to exempt from this judgment judicial astrology. By the aid of this it is, and by divine revelation and inspiration, united with deep calculations, we have reduced our prophecies to writing. And, notwithstanding that this occult philosophy was not reproved by the Church, I have felt no desire to divulge their unbridled promptings. Although many volumes have come before me, which had laid hidden for many ages. But dreading what might happen in the future, after reading them, I presented them to Vulcan, and as the fire kindled them, the flame, licking the air, shot forth an unaccustomed brightness, clearer than the light is of natural flame, resembling more the explosion of powder, casting a subtle illumination over the house as if the whole were wrapped in sudden conflagration. So that at last you might not in the future be abused by searching for the perfect transformation, lunar or solar, or incorruptible metals hidden under the earth, or the sea, I reduce them to ashes. But as to the judgment which perfects itself by means of the celestial judgment, that I am desirous to manifest to you, by that method you may have cognizance of things future, avoiding all fantastic imaginations that may arise, and limiting the particularity of the topics by divine and supernatural inspiration, harmonizing with the celestial figures these topics, and that part of time, which the occult property has relation to, by the potential virtue and faculty divine, in whose presence the three aspects of time are clasped in one by eternity. An evolution that connects in one causes past, present, and future quia omnia suntenda et aperta, etc. From all which, my son, you can easily comprehend, notwithstanding your tender brain, the things that are to happen can be foretold by nocturnal and celestial lights, which are natural, coupled to a spirit of prophecy, not that I would assume the name or efficacy of a prophet, but, by revealed inspiration, as a mortal man the senses place me no farther from heaven than the feet are from the earth. Possum non errare, folly, dissipi, f. Albeit, I am the greatest sinner in this world, and heir to every human affliction. But being surprised sometimes in the ecstatic work, amid prolonged calculation, and engaged in nocturnal studies of sweet odor, I have composed books of prophecies, containing each 100 astronomic quatrains of forecasts, which I have tried to polish *, for all things are naked and open I am able not to err, fail, or be deceived. Through obscurely, and which are perpetual vaticinations, from now to the year 3797. It is possible that this figure will make some lift up their forehead, at such a vast extent of time, and variety of things to take place under the concave journey of the moon, and this universal treatment of causes, my son. Throughout the earth, which, if you reach the natural age of man, you will see in your climate, under the heaven of your proper nativity, as things that have been foreseen. Although the everlasting God alone knows the eternity of the light proceeding from himself, I say frankly to all to whom he has decreed in long and melancholy inspiration to reveal his limitless magnitude, which is beyond both mensuration and comprehension, that by means of this occult cause divinely manifested, principally by two chief causes, comprised in the understanding of the inspired one who prophesies. One is that which comes by infusion, which clarifies the supernatural light, in him who predicts by astral process, or forecasts by inspired revelation, which is practically a participation in the divine eternity, by which means the prophet comes to judge of that which his share of divine spirit has given him, by means of communication with God the Creator, and the natural endowment accorded him. It is to know that what is predicted is true, and has had a heavenly origin, that such light and the thinfiamme is altogether efficacious, that it descends from above. No less than does natural clearness, and natural light renders philosophers quite sure of their principles, so that by means of the principles of a first cause they have penetrated the profoundest abysses and attained the loftiest doctrines. But to this end, my son, that I may not wander too profoundly for the future capacity of thy senses, and also because I find that letters shall suffer great and incomparable loss, and that I find the world before the universal conflagration, such deluges and deep submersion, that there will remain scarcely any land not covered with water, and that for so long a period, that everything will perish except ethnographies and topographies. Further, after and before these inundations, in many districts the rains will have been so slight, and there will fall from heaven such an abundance of fire and incandescent stones, that scarcely anything will remain unconsumed, and this will occur a short time before the last conflagration. Further, when the planet Mars completes its cycle, at the end of his second period, he will recommence his course. But some will gather in Aquarius through several years, and others in Cancer, which will be of still longer duration. Now that we are conducted by the Moon, under the direction of the Creator, and before she has finished her entire circuit the Sun will come, and then Saturn. Now, according to the celestial signs, the reign of Saturn shall come back again, so that, all calculated, the world is drawing on towards its anorganic revolution. From the time I am writing this, before 177 years 3 months and 1 days, by pestilence, long famine, and wars, and more still by inundations, the world between this day and that, before and after, shall be diminished, and its population so reduced that there will hardly be hands enough to attend to agriculture, and the lands will be left as long without culture as they have been under tillage. This, so far as celestial judgment manifests, that we are now in the 7th millenary, which completes all and introduces us to the 8th, where is the upper firmament of the 8th sphere, which, in a latitudinary dimension, is where the Almighty will come to complete the revolution, where the celestial figures will return to their courses, and the upper motion which renders the earth stable for us and fixed, non inclinator in secutum scilorum * unless his will be accomplished, and no otherwise. Although by ambiguous opinions exceeding all natural reason by Mahomet dreams, also sometimes God the Creator by the ministry of angels of fire, and missive flame, presents to the external senses, even of our eyes, the causes of future predictions, that indicate the future event which must manifest itself to him. Who presages anything? For the presage which is made by the exterior light comes infallibly to judge partly with and by means of the exterior flame, although truly the part which seems to come by the eye of the understanding springs only from the lesion of the imaginative sense. The reason is too evident, the whole is predicted by the afflatus of divinity, and by means of the angelic spirit inspired to the man prophesying, rendering him as it were anointed with vaticinations, visiting him to illuminate him, and, stirring the forefront of his fantasy by divers nighty apparitions no less than daily certitude, he prophesies. By astronomic administration conjoined with the whence it shall not deviate from age to age. Holiest future prediction, taking nothing into his consideration but the hardihood of his free courage. Come at this hour to understand, my son, that I find by my revelations astral, and which are in accordance with revealed inspiration, that the sword of death is on its way to us now, in the shape of pestilence, war. More horrible than has been known for 3 generations of men, and famine, that shall fall upon the earth, and return upon it at frequent intervals. For the stars accord with such a revolution, and with the written word, visitabo in virga feria iniquitates ienun, et in verb cribus percusane cos * for the mercy of God, my son, will not be spread abroad for a time, till the major part of my prophecies shall have been accomplished, and have become by accomplishment resolved. Thus oftentimes in the course of these sinister storms the Lord will say, Contaram ego, et confringam, et uou mis rebaer f, and 1,000 other accidents will come by waters and continual rain, as I have more fully and at large set forth in my other prophecies, which are drawn out at length, in Solut Oratione, X. In these I designate the localities, times, and terms prefixed, that all men who come after may see, recognizing the circumstances that come about by infallible indications. As we have marked by the others where we speak more clearly, for although I will visit their iniquities with a rod of iron, and with blows will strike them. This somewhat resembles a passage in the Psalms, 2:7, but it is not a quotation. I will trample them and break them, and not show pity. This resembles Esai. L/3. 3x in prose, and not in verse, as the quatrains are. These prose forecastings have, I am afraid, been altogether lost. They are covered with a veil of cloud, they are clear enough to be comprehended by men of good intelligence, std quando submoventat ignorant ia, asterisk the total will stand out with greater clearance still. Making an end here, my son, take now this gift of thy father, Michael Nostradamus, hoping to expound to thee each several prophecy of these quatrains here given, beseeching the immortal Father that he will endue thee with a long life of happy and prospering felicity. From Ceylon, this is of March, 155. When the time arrives for the removal of ignorance. 55, Epistle to Henry II. To the most invincible, very puissant, and most Christian Henry King of France II, Michael Nostradamus, his most humble, most obedient servant and subject, wishes victory and happiness. For that sovereign observation that I had, O most Christian and very victorious King, since that my face, long obscured with cloud, presented itself before the deity of your measureless majesty, since that in that I have been perpetually dazzled, never failing to honor and worthily revere that day, when first before it, as before a singularly humane majesty, I presented myself. I searched for some occasion by which to manifest good heart and frank courage, by the means of which I might grow into greater knowledge of your serene majesty. I soon found in effect it was impossible for me to declare it, considering the contrast of the solitariness of my long obnubilation and obscurity, and my being suddenly thrust into brilliancy, and transported into the presence of the sovereign eye of the first monarch of the universe. Likewise I have long hung in doubt as to whom I ought to dedicate these 3 centuries to, the remainder of my prophecies amounting now to 1,000. I have long meditated on an act of such audacity. I have at last ventured to address your majesty, and was not daunted from it, as Plutarch, that grave author, relates in the life of Lycurgus, that, seeing the gifts and presents that were made in the way of sacrifice at the temples of the immortal gods. In that age, many were staggered at the expense, and dared not approach the temple to present anything. Notwithstanding this, I saw your royal splendor to be accompanied with an incomparable humanity, and paid my addresses to it, not as to those kings of Persia whom it was not permissible to approach, but to a very prudent and very wise prince I have dedicated my nocturnal and prophetic calculations, composed out of a natural instinct, and accompanied by a poetic fervor, rather than according to the strict rules of poetry. Most part, indeed, has been composed and adjusted by astronomical calculation corresponding to the years, months, and weeks, of the regions, countries, and for the most part towns and cities, throughout Europe, Africa, and a part of Asia, which nearest approach or resemble each other in all these climates, and this is composed in a natural manner. Possibly some may answer who, if so, had better blow his nose that he may see the clearer by it that the rhythm is as easy to be understood, as the sense is hard to get at. Therefore, O most gracious King, the bulk of the prophetic quatrains are so rude, that there is no making way through them, nor is there any interpreter of them. Nevertheless, being always anxious to set down the years, towns, and regions cited, where the events are to occur, even from the year 1585, and the year 1606, dating from the present time, which is the 14th of March, 1557. Then passing far beyond to things which shall happen at the commencement of the 7th millenary, deeply calculated, so far as my astronomic calculus, and other knowledge, has been able to reach, to the time when the adversaries of Jesus Christ and of his Church shall begin to multiply in great force. The whole has been composed and calculated on days and hours of best election and disposition, and with all the accuracy I could attain to. At a moment blessed Minerva libera et non itivita, My calculations looking forward to events through a space of time to come that nearly equals that of the past even up to the present, and by this they will know in the lapse of time and in all regions what is to happen, all written down thus particularly, immingled with nothing superfluous. Notwithstanding that some say, quod deficituris non est determinata onanino veritas / I will confess, sire, that I believed myself capable of presage from the natural instinct I inherit of my ancestors, adjusted and regulated by elaborate calculation, and the endeavor to free the soul, mind, and heart from all care, solicitude, and anxiety, by resting and tranquilizing the spirit, which finally has all to be completed and perfected in one respect tripod senio by the brazen tripod. With all this there will be when Minerva was free and favorable there can be no truth entirely determined for certain which concerns the future. Many to attribute to me as mine, thing, no more mine than nothing. The Almighty alone, who strictly searches the human heart, pious, just, and pitiful, is the true judge. To him I pray to defend me from the calumny of wicked men. Such persons, with equal calumny, will bring into question how all your ancient progenitors the kings of France have cured the evil, how those of other nations have cured the bite of serpents, others have had a certain instinct in the art of divination, and other faculties that would be too long to recount here. Notwithstanding such as cannot be restrained from the exercise of the malignancy of the AI spirit, there is hope that by the lapse of time, and after my extinction here on earth, my writings will be more valued than during my lifetime. However, if I err in calculation of ages, or find myself unable to please all the world, may it please your imperial majesty to forgive me, for I protest before God and his saints, that I purpose to insert nothing whatever in writing this present epistle that shall militate against the true Catholic faith. Whilst consulting the astronomical calculations to the very best of my knowledge. For the stretch of time of our forefathers, i.e. the age of the world which has gone before, is such, submitting myself to the direction of the soundest chronologists, that the first man, Adam, was about 1240 years before Noah, not computing time by Gentile records, such as Varro has committed to writing, but taking simply the sacred scriptures for the guide in my astronomic reckonings, to the best of my feeble understanding. After from him and the universal deluge, about 1040 years, came Abraham, who was a sovereign astrologer according to some. He first invented the Chaldean alphabet. Then came Moses, about 515 or 16 years later. Between the time of David and Moses 570 years elapsed. Then after the time of David and the time of our Savior and Redeemer, Jesus Christ, born of a pure virgin, there elapsed, according to some chronographers, 1350 years. Some, indeed, may object to this supputation as not true, because it varies from that of Eusebius. Since the time of the human redemption to the hateful apostasy of the Saracens, there have been 621 years, or thereabouts. Now, from this it is easy to gather what time has elapsed if my supputation be not good and available for all nations, for that all is calculated by the celestial courses, associated in my case with an emotion that steals over me at certain successival hours from an emotional tendency handed down to me from a line of ancestors. But the injuriousness of our time, O most serene sovereign, requires that such secret events should not transpire, except in enigmatic sentences, having but one sense and one only meaning, and quite unmingled with calculation that is of ambiguity or amphibology. Say, rather, under a veiled obscurity from some natural emotional effusion, that resembles the sentential delivery of the 1,002 prophets, that have been from the creation of the world, according to the calculation and Punic chronicle of Joel, effundum spiritum mutunt super omni carnum, et propliatabunt gilii vestri, et philis vestris *. But this prophecy proceeded from the mouth of the Holy Spirit, which was the sovereign power eternal, in conjunction with the celestial bodies, has caused some of the number to predict great and marvelous events. As to myself in this place, I set up no claim to such a title, never, please God. I fully confess that all proceeds from God, and for that I return him thanks, honor, and immortal praise, and have mingled nothing with it of the divination which proceeds a fato, but a deo, a natured / and for the most part accompanied with the movement of the celestial courses. Much as, if looking into a burning mirror we see, as with darkened vision, the great events, sad or portentous, and calamitous occurrences that are about to fall upon the principal worshippers. First upon the temples of God, secondly upon such as have their support from the earth, i.e. by the kings, this decadence draweth nigh, with 1,000 other calamitous incidents that in the course of time will be known to happen. For God will take notice of the long barrenness of the great dame, who afterwards will conceive 2 principal children. But, she being in great danger, the girl she will give birth to with risk at her age of death in the 18th year, and not possible to outlive the 36th, will leave 3 males and see Joel 2:28, which proceeds from fate, but from God, and nature. 1 female, and he will have 2 who never had any of the same father. The 3 brothers will be so different, though united and agreed, that the 3 and 4 parts of Europe will tremble. By the youngest in years will the Christian monarchy be sustained and augmented, heresies spring up and suddenly cast down, the Arabs driven back, kingdoms united, and new laws promulgated. Of the other children the first shall possess the furious crowned lions, holding their paws upon the bold escutcheon. The second, accompanied by the Latins, shall penetrate so far that a second trembling and furious descent shall be made, descending Mons Jovis at Barcelona to mount the Pyrenees, shall not be translated to the antique monarchy, and a third inundation of human blood shall arise, and march for a long while will not be found in Lent. The daughter shall be given for the preservation of the Christian Church, the dominator falling into the pagan sect of new infidels, and she will have 2 children, the one fidelity, the other infidelity, by the confirmation of the Catholic Church. The other, who to his great confusion and tardy repentance wished to ruin her, will have 3 regions over a wide extent of leagues, that is to say, Romania, Germany, and Spain, which will entail great intricacy of military handling, stretching from the 50th to the 52nd degree of latitude. And they will have to respect the more distant religions of Europe and the north above the 48th degree of latitude, which at first in a vain timidity will tremble, and then the more western, southern, and eastern will tremble. Their power will become such, that what is brought about by union and concord will prove insuperable by warlike conquest. By nature they will be equal, but exceedingly different in faith. After this the sterile dame, of greater power than the second, shall be received by 2 nations, by the first made obstinate by him who had power over all, by the second, and third, that shall extend his forces towards the circuit of the east of Europe, arrived there his standards will stop and succumb. But by sea he will run on to Trinacria and the Adriatic with his myrmidons. The Germans will succumb wholly and the barbaric sect will be disquieted and driven back by the whole of the Latin race. Then shall begin the grand empire of Antichrist in the Attila and Xerxes, who is to descend with innumerable multitudes, so that the coming of the Holy Spirit, issuing from the 48th degree, shall make a transmigration, chasing away the abomination of Antichrist, that made war upon the royal person of the great Vicar of Jesus Christ, and against his church, and reign per tcmpks, et in occasione temporis for a time, and to the end of time. This will be preceded by an eclipse of the sun, more obscure and tenebrose than has ever been since the creation of the world, up to the death and passion of Jesus Christ, and from thence till now. There will be in the month of October a grand revolution translation made, such that one would think that the liberting body of the earth had lost its natural movement in the abyss of perpetual darkness. There will be seen precursive signs in the springtime, and after extreme changes. Ensuing, reversal of kingdoms, and great earthquakes /t.e wars. All this accompanied with the procreations of the new Babylon Paris, a miserable prostitute big with the abomination of the first Holocaust death of Louis XVI. It will only continue for 73 years 7 months. Then there will Idatsu from the stock so long time barren, proceeding from the 50th degree, one who will renovate the whole Christian church. A great peace, union, and concord will then spring up between some of the children of races long opposed to each other and separated by diverse kingdoms. Such a peace shall be set up, that the instigator and promoter of military faction by means of the diversity of religions, shall dwell attached to the bottom of the abyss, and united to the kingdom of the furious, who shall counterfeit the wise. The countries, towns, cities, and provinces that had forsaken their old customs to free themselves, enthralling themselves more deeply, shall become secretly weary of their liberty, and, true religion lost, shall commence by striking off to the left, to return more than ever to the right. Then replacing holiness, so long desecrated by their former writings circulating slanders, afterwards the result will be that the great dog will issue as an irresistible mastiff Napoleon, who will destroy everything, even to all that may have been prepared in time past, till the churches will be restored as at first, and the clergy reinstated in their pristine condition, till it lapses again into whoredom and luxury, to commit and perpetrate 1,000 crimes. And, drawing near to another desolation, then, when she shall be at her highest and sublimest point of dignity, the kings and generals Giants Ailaters will come up against her, and her 2 swords will be taken from her, and nothing will be left her but the semblance of them. The following paragraph I can make nothing of, so I give it in the words of Garin Sears and in inverted commas. From which by the means of the crookedness that draweth them, the people causing it to go straight, and not willing to submit unto them by the end opposite to the sharp hand that toucheth the ground they shall provoke. Until there shall be born unto the branch a long time sterile, one who shall deliver the French people from the benign slavery that they voluntarily submitted to, putting himself under the protection of Mars, and stripping Jupiter Napoleon I of all his honors and dignities, for the city constituted free and seated in another narrow Mesopotamia. The chief and governor shall be cast from the midst, and set in a place of the air, ignorant of the conspiracy of the conspirators Fouche, Du Diatranto, etc. with the second Thrasybulus, who for a long time had prepared all this. Then shall the impurities and abominations be with great shame set forth and manifested to the darkness of the veiled light, shall cease towards the end of his reign, and the chiefs of the church shall evince but little of the love of God, whilst many of them shall apostatize from the true faith. Of the 3 sects Lutheran, Catholic, and Mahometan, that which is in the middle, by the action of its own worshippers, will be thrown a little into decadence. The first totally throughout Europe, and the chief part of Africa exterminated be, the third, by means of the poor in spirit, who by the madness engendered of libidinous luxurge, will commit adultery i.e. apostatize. The people will pull down the pillar, and chase away the adherents of the legislators, and it shall seem, from the kingdoms weakened by the Orientals, that God the Creator has loosed Satan from the infernal prisons, to make room for the great dog and Dohon Gog and Magog, which will make so great and injurious a breach in the churches, that neither the Reds nor the Whites, who are without eyes and without hands meaning the latter Bourbons, who learn nothing and forget nothing, cannot judge of the situation, and their power will be taken from them. Then shall commence a persecution of the church such as never was before. Whilst this is enacting, such a pestilence shall spring up that out of 3 parts of mankind 2 shall be removed. To such a length will this proceed that one will neither know nor recognize the fields or houses, and grass will grow in the streets of the cities as high as a man's knees. To the clergy there shall be a total desolation, and the martial men shall usurp what shall come back from the city of the sun Rome, and from Malta, and the islands of Heres off Marseilles, and the great chain of the port shall be opened that takes its name from the marine ox Bosphorus. A new incursion shall be made from the maritime shores, eager to give the leap of liberty since the first taking by the Mahometans. Their assaults shall not be at all in vain, and in the place where the habitation of Abraham was, it shall be assailed by those who hold the jovialists followers of Jupiter, Napoleon I, in reverence. The city of Achem in the island of Sumatra shall be encompassed and assaulted on all sides by a great force of armed men. Their maritime forces shall be weakened by the westerns. Upon this kingdom a great desolation shall come, and the great cities shall be depopulated, and such as enter in shall come under the vengeance of the wrath of God. The holy sepulchre, for so long a period an object of great veneration, shall remain exposed to the blighting dew of evening under the stars of heaven, and of the sun and moon. The holy place shall be converted into a stable for cattle small and large, and applied to other base purposes. Oh, what a calamitous time will that be for women with child! For then the Sultan of the East will be vanquished, driven for the most part by the northern and western men, who will kill him, overthrow him, and put the rest to flight, and his children, the offspring of many women, imprisoned. Then will come to its fulfillment the prophecy of the Ro, al prophet, ut agidirat gemituns competitorum, et solveret filios interemptonem. What great oppression shall then fall upon the princes and rulers of kingdoms, even on those who are maritime and oriental, their tongues intermingled from all nations of the earth. Tongues of the Latin nations, mingled with Arabic and North African communication. All the eastern kings will be driven away, overthrown, and exterminated, not at * let the sighing of the prisoner come before thee, to release the children of death, P.S. Ysi 2. All by means of the kings of the north and the drawing near of our age, but by means of the three secretly united who seek out death and snares by ambush sprung upon one another. The renewal of this triumvirate shall endure for 7 years, while its renown shall spread all over the world, and the sacrifice of the holy and immaculate wafer shall be upheld. Then shall 2 lords of the north conquer the Orientals, and so great report and tumultuary warfare shall issue from these that all the east shall tremble at the noise of these 2 brothers of the north, who are yet not brothers. And because, sire, by this discourse I almost introduce confusion into these predictions as to the time when the event of each shall fall out, for the detailed account of the time that follows is very little conformable, if at all, to what I gave above, that indeed could not err, being by astronomic rule and consonant with the Holy Scriptures themselves. Had I wished to give to every quatrain its detailed date, it could easily have been done, but it would not have been agreeable to all, and still less to interpret them. Sire, until your Majesty should have fully sanctioned me to do this, in order not to furnish calumniators with an opportunity to injure me. Always reckoning the years since the creation of the world to the birth of Noah as being 1506 years, and from that to the completion of the building of the ark at the period of the universal deluge, so years elapsed, let them be solar years, or lunar, or mixed. I hold that the Scripture takes them to be solar. At the conclusion of this 600 years, Noah entered the ark to escape the deluge. The deluge was universal over the earth, and lasted 1 year and 2 months. From the conclusion of the deluge to the birth of Abraham there elapsed 295 years, and 100 years from that to the birth of Isaac. From Isaac to Jacob 60 years. From the time he went into Egypt until his coming out of it was 130 years, and from the entry of Jacob into Egypt to his exit was 430 years, and from that to the building of the temple by Solomon in the 40th year of his reign, makes 480 years. From the building of the temple to Jesus Christ, according to the supputation of the hierographs, there passed 490 years. Thus by this calculation that I have made, collecting it out of the sacred writings, there are about 4,173 years and 8 months less or more. Now, from Jesus Christ, in that there is such a diversity of opinion, I pass it by, and having calculated the present prophecies in accordance with the order of the chain which contains the revolution, and the whole by astronomical rule, together with my own hereditary instinct. After some time, and including in it the period Saturn takes to turn between the 7th of April up to the 25th of August, Jupiter from the 14th of June to the 7th of October, Mars from the 17th of April to the 22nd of June, Venus from the 9th of April to the 22nd of May, Mercury from the 3rd of February to the 24th of the same, afterwards from the ist of June to the 24th of the same, and from the 25th of September to the I6th of October, Saturn in Capricorn, Jupiter in Aquarius, Mars in Scorpio, Venus in Pisces, Mercury within a month in Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, the Moon in Aquarius, the Dragon's head in Libra, the tail in her sign opposite. Following the conjunction of Jupiter to Mercury, with a quadrant aspect of Mars to Mercury, and the head of the Dragon shall be with a conjunction of Sol with Jupiter, the year shall be peaceful without eclipse. Then will be the commencement of a period that will comprehend in itself what will long endure /i.e. the vulgar advent of the French Revolution, and in its first year there shall be a great persecution of the Christian Church, fiercer than that in Africa by the Vandals from 1439 to 1534, and this will burst out /the year 1792, they will think it to be a renovation of time. After this the people of Rome will begin to reconstitute themselves in 1804, when Napoleon is emperor, and to chase away the obscurity of darkness, recovering some share of their ancient brightness, but not without much division and continual changes. Venice after that, in great force and power, shall raise her wings very high, not much short of the force of ancient Rome. At that time great Byzantine sails, associated with the Piedmontese by the help and power of the north, will so restrain them that the two Cretans will not be able to maintain their faith. The arks built by the ancient warriors will accompany them to the waves of Neptune. In the Adriatic there will be such permutations, that what was united will be separated, and that will be reduced to a house which before was a great city, including the Pampotan and Mesopotamia of Europe, to 45, and others to 41, 42, and 47. And in that time and those countries the infernal power will set the power of the adversaries of its law against the Church of Jesus Christ. This will constitute the second Antichrist, which will persecute that Church and its true vicar, by means of the power of the temporal kings, who in their ignorance will be reduced by tongues that will cut more than any sword in the hands of a madman. The said reign of Antichrist will only last to the death of him who was born near the commencement of the century, and of the other in the city of Plancus Lions, accompanied by him the elect of Medina, Fulci by Ferrara, upheld by the Adriatic Piedmontese, and the proximity of the great Trinacria, Sicily. Afterwards the Gallic Ogmian shall pass the Mount Jovis Barcelona, accompanied by so great a number that from afar the empire shall be presented with its grand law, and then and for some time after shall be profusely shed the blood of the innocent by the guilty recently elevated to power. Then by great deluges the memory of things contained in such instruments shall suffer incalculable loss, even to the alphabet itself. This will happen among the northerns. By the divine will once again Satan will be bound, and universal peace established amongst mankind, and the Church of Jesus Christ delivered from all tribulation, although the Azostanes debauched voluptuaries would desire to mix with the honey the gall of their pestilent seduction. This will be near the 7th millenary, when the sanctuary of Jesus Christ will no longer be trodden down by the infidels who come from the north. The world will be then approaching its great conflagration, although by my supputation in my prophecies, the course of time runs much farther on. In the epistle that some years since I dedicated to my son Caesar Nostradamus, I have openly enough declared some points without presage. But here, sire, are comprised many great and marvelous events to come, which those who follow after us shall see. And during the said astrological supputation, harmonized with the sacred scriptures, the persecution of the ecclesiastics shall take its rise in the power of the kings of the north, united with the easterns. And this persecution shall last 11 years, or somewhat less, by which time the chief northern king shall pass away, which years being run, a united southern king shall succeed, which shall still more fiercely persecute the clergy of the church for the space of 3 years by the apostolical seduc. of one who will take away all the absolute power from the church militant, and holy people of God who observe its ritual, and the whole order of religion shall be greatly persecuted and so afflicted that the blood of true ecclesiastics shall float everywhere. To one of those horrible temporal kings such praise shall be given by his adherents that he will have shed more human blood of innocent ecclesiastics, than any could do of wine. This king will commit crimes against the church that are incredible. Human blood will flow in the public streets and churches, like water after impetuous rain, and will crimson with blood the neighboring rivers, and by another naval war redden the sea to such a degree that one king shall say to another, Bellis nibiaet you avalibus secpier. Then in the same year and those following there will ensue the most horrible pestilence and the most astonishing on account of the famine that will precede, and such tribulation that nothing approaching it ever happened since the first foundation of the Christian Church, this also throughout all the Latin regions, leaving traces in all the countries under the rule of Spain. Then the third king of the North Russia, hearing the complaint of the people from whom he derives his principal title, will raise up a mighty army, and pass through the limits destroits of his last progenitors and great-grandfathers, to him who will key for lying key replace almost everything in its old condition. The great vicar of the cope shall be put back to his pristine state, but, desolated and abandoned by all, will return to the sanctuary that was destroyed by paganism, when the Old and New Testament will be thrust out and burnt. After that Antichrist will be the infernal prince. Then at this last epoch, all the kingdoms of Christianity, as well as of the infidel world, will be shaken during the space of 25 years, and the wars and battles will be more grievous, and the towns, cities, castles, and all other edifices will be burnt, desolated, and destroyed. With much effusion of vestal blood, married women and widows violated, sucking children dashed and broken against the walls of towns, and so many evils will be committed by means of Satan, the prince the sea blushed red with the blood of naval fights. Infernal, that nearly all the world will become undone and desolated. Before the events occur certain strange birds imperial eagles will cry in the air, today, and after a given time will disappear June, 1815. After this has endured for a certain length of time 25 years he has said before, 1790 to 1815, there will be almost renewed another reign of Saturn, the age of gold. This might be the discoverer of California, but for what follows? God the Creator shall say, hearing the affliction of his people, Satan shall be precipitated and bound in the bottomless abyss, and then shall commence between God and men a universal peace. There he shall abide for the space of 1,000 years, and shall turn his greatest force against the power of the Church, and shall then be bound again. How justly are all these figures adapted by the divine letters to visible celestial things, that is to say, by Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, and others in conjunction with them, as may be seen more at large by some of the quatrains. I would have calculated it more deeply, and adapted the one to the other, but seeing, O most serene King, that some who are given to censure will raise a difficulty, I shall take the opportunity to retire my pen and seek my nocturnal repose. Multa entium, o rex potentissime proedera, et sati in brevi ventiira, sed avinia in liae tud epistola, inectera not positmus, ne volumus, sed ad intellegenda custom facta, horrida fata paucali banda sunt, quiam vistanta sit in ovines tua amplitudo et lia manitas homines, diosque pietas, ut solos amplissimo et Christianis simo regis nomini, et ad quern summitatans religion iones. Anctoritas defiatir dinces vider t***, but I shall only beseech you, O most clement King, by this your singular and most prudent goodness, to understand rather the desire of my heart, and the sovereign wish I have to obey your most excellent majesty, ever since my eyes approached so nearly to your solar splendor, than the grandeur of my work can attain to or acquire. Faciavat Michael Nostradamus. Solon Petrus Province. From Salon this June 27, 1558. Asterisk many things, O most potent king of all, of the most remarkable kind are shortly to happen, that I neither could nor would interweave them all into this epistle, but in order to comprehend certain facts, a few horrible destinies must be set down in extract, although your amplitude and humanity towards all men is so great, and your piety to the gods, and that you alone seem worthy of the grand title of the most Christian king, and to whom the highest authority in all religion should be deferred. O Magic. Before we enter upon the historical application of those quatrains which admit of interpretation, it will be well to devote a little attention to the views of magic entertained by Nostradamus, to learn from his own mouth what class of readers he proposed to address, and to gather, as far as we may be able, in what manner he proceeded to cultivate the spirit of prophecy and the divine gift with which he thought himself to be endowed. Were he even as certainly an impostor as Cagliostro, this inquiry would have an interest of its own attaching to it, but if we can for a moment suppose that he genuinely believed himself to be endowed with a faculty of divination, the investigation of that assumption on his part would present a considerable psychological interest merely as a human phenomenon. On the other hand, if he were a man truly gifted with forecast, I do not know that, in this age of skepticism as to things spiritual, anything more wholesome could be proposed to our contemplation than a prophetic record fulfilling itself before the eyes of disbelievers and gainsayers, who, wishing to scoff and desiring to suppress such things, find themselves utterly powerless to annul the harmony between the vision recorded 300 years ago and the event of yesterday. Whether such things are or not, it will be for the reader, when he has gone through the book, to say. At present we will only busy ourselves with what Nostradamus says of himself. He is a notability and worthy of criticism, be the final verdict for or against him. At the end of century 6. Occur 4 Latin lines headed Liga Cantio contra Ixiptos crit Icos. I-51. Qui legend has versus mater sens unto, profanum vulgus et insium nea trectato, omnesque astrologi, bleni, barbari proculsunto. Qui aliter facit, is rit sacer esto. The sense of these lines is much clearer than the prosody, but that matters little. Translation. An incantation and arrest of inept critics. Let those who read these verses meditate them seriously. Let the profane and ignorant vulgar not handle them. Let astrologers, fools, and savages stand off. Who acts contrary to this, let him be cursed according to the rites of magic. We now come to the magic formula. Century I quatrain LL5 tu eston assis tenuic secret istud, sol, repose sur la ciel asterisk d'arain, flambe exig sortant de solitude, fate prosperer fkjnestk croir vain. Asterisk romance tongue, C for SCLLE, tripod seat, tripod senio, such as the priestess of Apollo or Pythia sat on to deliver oracles, TLZXVN, prosperare, to succeed, or realize an experience. Percent key for CE key. Translation. Gathered at night in study deep I sate, alone, upon the tripod stool of brass. Exiguous flame came out of solitude, promise of magic that may be believed. Being seated at night and wrapped in secret study, entirely alone, I placed myself on the brazen tripod of prophecy. A still small flame came forth of solitude, helping me to realize successfully what it will not prove vain to have believed. The reader will here refer to the preface Amoaphils, p. 48. L'entendement cri intellectuellement ne pent voir occultement, sinon par la voix faicte olymbe moyennant la exig flame, and lesquelles party les causes futures se viendront que incliner. This passage conveys in prose what the last and the following quatrain conveys in verse. The Magical Cali, by Water, I-53. Century I quatrain I la verge asterisk and main mis au milieu de branchex, durans il mui etle limbe etle pied, un per et voyoffermescent par backslash les manches, splendor divine, le divin perfs essacide. Translation. The rod in hand set in the midst of the branches, he moistens with water both the fringe and foot. Fear and a voice make me quake in my sleeves. Splendor divine, the god is seated near. To make this entirely clear is almost impossible. Asterisk Latin, virga, branch, or wand, T Latin, latunbus, hem, border, fringe. Latin, /*r, in, or through. But what we can get at is very curious, showing as it does, if nothing else, that the borderland of the unseen world was actually contiguous with that of the world of Nostradamus. They even overlapped, in his estimation, so as to form an intermediate neutral territory like the marches in the north, where the inhabitants of each district could meet and communicate. We are positive that this is all elusive, superstitious, demoniacal. It may be so. But one effect it undeniably produces. It unites man more to the universe, and less to the world. It makes death less strange and less cold, and furnishes to the soul, and the things of the soul, more nutriment than it can extract from modern life and culture. The general meaning seems to be that he sat with a wand, branch, or divining rod of laurel, probably forked like the winchell rod of the water-finders, one fork being held in each hand. This in some way had power to evoke his genius ox geni fanulicre, as L. E. Clayer styles it. When he appeared, he moistened in the brazier that held water, himself, the fringe of his robe, //w/ and his foot. The rod, held as I have suggested, then becoming electrical, caused fear with the sound of a voice and a shuddering up to the elbows. Then shone forth the fatidical splendor of a divine light, and the deity is present, seated near to him. Mle Pelletier tells us that there was a pagan rite of the god Branchus that corresponded with this fatidical ceremony practiced by Nostradamus. He even suggests that this very Branchus might have been the familiar spirit of our prophet. It must be admitted that in the text type, in the words en milieu de branches, Bradactis is printed in capital letters, so that the probable reason for that peculiarity is that the god Branchlius, as well as the branches dit in Laurier, is shadowed forth. But to suppose that a pagan deity could ever be either the familiar or the guardian angel of a son of the Church of Rome makes such a Renaissance jumble of the two religions that I think we had better not meddle with it. As to the assertion that there was a pagan rite of Branchus, I doubt it much, and, if there were, certain it is that Nostradamus speaks here far too covertly for us to assume from his writing that he was discharging any rite special to Branchus. He seems to be following out the usual magical forms employed for establishing Vaticanatory connection with the other world, or setting up the counter-analogy between mind and spirit, according to that beautiful esoteric verse in Ecclesiasticus, Slaii 24, all things are double, one against another, he hath made nothing imperfect. Were such things never to interlink, men might well say, as they do now in the wisdom of science, that spirit and intellect are not doubles, and that no knowledge can be reached save by physical experiment. In this case there will be a particular link missing if science be right. The sage, eston assistanuic secret istud, will earnestly desire such assumption may prove to be erroneous. He will readily formulate with St. Paul that the invisible things from creation may be known from the visible, but also that the visible things can never be understood but by the invisible. Recollect that the visible is not visible to the visible, but to the invisible alone. The eye is the machine of sight, but not sight, and who has seen the eye of the eye? The Greek myth about Branchus, so far as I can see, is this, with sundry forms and variations. He was a youth of Miletus, the reputed son of Smicros Laet Priora, or Macaraeus Varro says, but begotten by Apollo. The mother dreamed that the son entered her mouth, and, passing through her, the child at birth was named Branchus, or 3/307/OC, the throat. Afterwards he kissed Apollo in the woods, and became endowed with the gift of prophecy. He had a temple at Didyma, which Pausanias calls the temple of Apollo, but Varro goes on to say that after the kiss of the god he prophesied, but quickly after disappeared, when a grand temple was jointly dedicated to him and to Apollo, Phyxius, from sun-touched and moon-struck madness and inspiration may in Branchus be said to meet, as out of one throat come things good and evil. The name Didymene was changed to Branchidae. Strabo, Book 14, relates that the priests of this grand temple betrayed its treasures to Xerxes, and accompanied him in his retreat to escape the punishment of their sacrilege. They had settled near to Sogdiana, when Alexander arrived there. Strabo, Book 11, he destroyed them and their city. This Byronical madman, who could see no iniquity in the slaughter of thousands to gratify the lust of a crack-brained ambition, thought to promote morals by slaughtering the descendants of traitors, they, the descendants, being innocent of everything except being born. The Milesians had long ago rebuilt the temple of Branchus on such a scale that in magnitude it surpassed all others in Greece. It was, in fact, too big to be roofed in, being 4 or 5 stadia in compass. Those who wish to see more can consult Suidas, S. V. The gloss of Mle Pelletier on the quatrain is as follows, that Nostradamus, wand in hand, touches the branches of the tripod, like the priests of Branchus, this I have tried to expunge, and invokes his familiar spirit, which appears to him in the vapor floating above a basin of water, which he had consecrated beforehand according to prescribed magical rites, and in which he dips the fringe of his garment, and his feet. An involuntary shivering, F.E.I.R., agitates his hand when about to write from the dictation voix of the spirit. The fatidical light shines, and the angel is seated at his side. Le Pelletier takes occasion here to remark that mediums at this day write under a spirit of dictation, to which they simply lend their arm as an instrument. Aaron Sear's interpretation is that of most of the old commentators, even down to the time of Ambarist, 1840. The rod is a pen, in the middle of the branches means his fingers, the water is the ink, and wetting limb and foot is covering the paper all but the 4 margins. It is hardly unfair to say that this is both nonsensical and ignorant, although not devoid of ingenuity. I think it will fit the stances far better to take it, as I have done, that the wand was a forked laurel branch that dipped forcibly, like the Winchell rod, when Nostradamus held it over the water, that it strained, as the hazel rod does, almost to breaking, and that at this invitation it is to be supposed that the spirit appears. The incantation being completed and successful, the operator must be supposed to set aside the Winchell, and assume the pen, quaking with a solemn sense of the spiritual presence. This fear was, Garin Sears says, to prevent the puffing up of pride, as we read in Daniel, John, and the 4th of Esdras. Readers who take no interest in this, and are consequently weary by this time of the length we have run into in the investigation, will leap over what follows to get to the next quatrain. Mle Pelletier refers to Ficinus' translation of Jamlisus de Mysteriis Egyptiorum, 1607. He gives the Latin and French. I will merely introduce here the English translation, as the book is of easy reference to those who wish to examine further for themselves the sources which Nostradamus had consulted, and from which he drew his summary exposition. The Sibyl at Delphi received the god in 2 forms, either by a subtle and fiery spirit, which burst forth upon anyone through the crevice of some cavern, or else sitting on a brazen seat of 4 or 3 feet in the inner shrine, dedicated to the god, and where she was exposed on 2 sides to the divine influx, whence she was irradiate with a divine light, p. 66. Now, the prophetess of Branchus either sits upon a pillar, or holds in her hand a rod bestowed by some deity, or moistens her feet or the hem of her garment with water, or inhales the vapor of water, and by these means is filled with divine illumination, and, having obtained the deity, she prophesies. By these practices she adapts herself to the god, whom she receives from without, p. 67. Porphyrius says that the art or magic is not to be despised which, out of certain vapors due to fire under favorable stellar influences, forms the images of gods spontaneously appearing in the air, in a certain degree like the gods themselves, and possessing a very similar efficacy, p. 91. For amongst the demons there is one who is chief, and who exercises influence at the moment of birth, and apportions to each his demon, or familiar. After this there is present to each one his own guardian, that develops a cultus congruous to his nature, and teaches him both his name and the most suitable form of invocation, to bring him when required, and this method is most congenial to the demons, p. 171. These forms of jamlesis are analogous to those employed by Nostradamus, but there the person prophesying wets the feet and fingers, whilst according to our version of the quatrains it is the demon spirit applies them to himself, le divin pre-essicide. In jamlesis the one who prophesies becomes possessed by entr, of the spirit. Nostradamus describes an external and visible presence which corresponds to Porphyrius' account of Diani Medola in Acre. Corporeal demons, I-59. Century I Quatrain 42. Laudix calens d /vril de feict gotique resuscite anchor par gens malins, le faux estinct, assemble diabolique cherchant les os du damnant et selon * translation. The loath of the calends of April Gothic computation have been again put in practice by sorcerers gens malins. The * ex Michaela Cello, de Daemonibus. Works of Marsilius. Lights put out, the diabolic assembly searching for the demon Danian Ferdfighten treated of by Michael Celis. The Chsaint type is most corrupt in this quatrain, for damnant et selin rednani or excelin, the demon as treated of by Celis. The scohum of Mle Pelletier on this is the magical incantations, which were successful formerly when wrought on the night of Good Friday, were reintroduced into practice by sorcerers of skill on the loath calend of April according to the ancient computation de feict gotique. In a note added he professes that the loath calend old style would be the last day of March by the Gregorian, and he thinks it probable, that Nostradamus here designates some particular year, when Good Friday fell on the 31st of March. Aaron Sears upon this notes that it falls on the 23rd of March, called Gothic, because adhered to by the northern nations long after the Gregorian had been adopted at Rome. I do not see how the loath calend could ever fall on the 31st, nor indeed what the 31st has to do with the matter. Those who are more familiar with such calculations may perhaps explain. Like the witches' Sabbath, these diabolic meetings were accompanied by the ludist rites, as will at once be seen by the following passage from Celis, which I leave untranslated. It is from the Latin translation of Celis by Marsilius Ficinus, and will be found in his collected works, 2884, in folio ed. 1641 Yucatai et noci, ut demonia toto concipiant pectori, nefanda sacrificia perpetrant. Conveniunt di quo passus est. Silvator * vesper, statutum in locum, unicum pulla sibi natus, et post chu, idem sacra extinctus luminibus te mistum coent, civcum sorori, civcum filia, civcum qualibet, pseuus as abo /e, p. S84. There is a further kind of vaticination by a basin, by means of which rustics frequently predict. Just as there is a mode of predicting by means of the air and the leaves of trees, so there is a kind of predictive power in the basin, known and practiced by the Assyrians, which has a great similarity to this incarnation or coupling of demons with matter. Thus those about to prophesy take a basin full of water, which attracts the spirits moving stealthily in the depths centoibus congruocritum in profunda repentibus. Le Pelletier translates this, appropriae. Ili usage de dt mons catches ati fond de eai/x. The basin then, full of water, seems in sort to breathe, or move, as with sounds, jv/a//ati synodal de suns. It seems to me that the water was agitated with circular ripples, as from some sound emitted below. Now, this water diffused through the basin differs but little in kind from water out of the basin, but yet it much excels it from a virtue imparted to it by the charms that have been droned over it, and which have rendered it more apt to receive the spirit of prophecy. For this description of spirit is tetchy and terrene, and much under the influence of composite spells. When the water begins to lend itself as the vehicle of sound, he the spirit also presently gives out a thin reedy note of satisfaction, but devoid of meaning, and close upon that, whilst the water is undulating, certain weak and peeping sounds whisper forth predictions of the future. Spirit of this kind is vagrant everywhere, for he is endowed with the solar pass so that our terrestrial atmosphere lies everywhere open to him, and that order of spirits, in the work appointed to it, speaks at all times. With a subdued voice, that by its indistinct obscurity it may be less easy to seize the falsehoods that it utters, Celis as above, p. 885, this refers to some Good Friday evening on the Loth Calend of Prill Old Style, as set forth in the first line of this quatrain. This is exhibited in the third line of the quatrain, Le faut estinct, assemblée diabotique. From the mode in which Celis describes the matter in hand, it is verge perceptible that he was no great conjurer, and was merely speaking upon hearsay and report. If lies were the business of the spirit, he would be no prophet. Again, if he wished to circulate lies, he must still make things clear enough to his votaries for them to circulate them and work mischief thereby. Are we to suppose that, like an abandoned human being, he had some sense of shame left still, and, like Lord John Russell, would only tell as few lies as possible? Celis's demon is so foolish that he would soon have been without any one to consult his shrine. He could not have given a reason for his own conduct, in the past or present, and was the last being that any one would resort to anticipate intelligence of the future. Still the procedure might have been somewhat as Celis describes it, although the reasons could not. An historian of the 4th century, and a man of veracity, Marcel Linus has given us curio.us details of how prophetical tripods were considered by the Romans in his day. It comes out quite naturally in the judicial proofs investigating a conspiracy against the life of Valens the emperor, what we should call a state trial. The conspirators were put to the torture, and as an item in the indictment the figure of a little table becomes prominent, as to which the accused were questioned by the judges. At last one of them, Hilarius, broken by pain, revealed the secret in these words: "Honored judges, we constructed this unfortunate little table that you see here after the fashion of the tripod, or, more strictly, the cauldron at Delphi, with dark incantations, out of branches of laurel, and with imprecations of secret song, and numerous ceremonies repeated over daily, we consecrated it by magic rites, till at last we put it in motion. When it reached this capacity of movement, as often as we wished to interrogate it by secret inquiry, we proceeded thus. It was placed in the middle of a room, in medio duoniu, purified throughout by Arabian perfumes, a round dish was simply laid upon it, formed of a composite material of many metals. On the flange of its outer round were skillfully engraved the scriptile forms of the alphabet separated into as many exactly measured spaces. Over this basin, or dish, a man stood clothed in linen garments and shod with linen socks, his head bound round with a turban-like tuft of hair, and bearing a rod of vervain, the prospering plant. After we had favorably conciliated the deity, who is the giver of all presage, with duly formulated charms and ceremonial knowledge, he communicated a gentle movement to a ring that hung suspended over the basin. This was tied up by an exceedingly fine Carpathian thread, which had been initiated with mystical observances. This ring, moving by little leaps or jumps, so as to alight upon the distinct inter_als with the separate letters inscribed, each in its compartment to itself, gives out in heroic verse answers suitable to the inquiries made, comprehended perfectly in number and measure, such as are called Pythic, or those delivered by the oracles of the Branchidae. To us inquiring who should succeed to the present empire, because it had been already mentioned that it would be one entirely suitable to our aim and purpose, the leaping ring had glanced upon the two syllables Theo. With the last addition of a letter, that is, D, a man present exclaimed, Theodorum, the fatal necessity of the portent indicating as much. Nothing further was sought upon this head, for it was agreed amongst us that this was the individual we wanted. Ammianus Marcellinus, rerum gestarum, xxix. In this case the ambiguity of the oracle is due to the precipitance of the inquirers. The oracle was *Itiniad, 3. 92 and 6. 347. True as far as they allowed it to proceed, but had they waited to spell it out they would have learned that the name was not Theod_J, but Enidosus the Great, who was to be the successor to Valens. This is an authentic passage of high interest. It shows considerable analogy with the table turning of the moderns. It also gives insight into singular and elaborate processes of divination by magic as being frequently practiced at Rome in the 4th century. Clearly the pagans had no notion in that century that oracles had at all finally ceased on a Good Friday in the 1st century, or that Pan, the god of rumor, was dead. The sun still shone to them as the Apollo of prophecy, and they still sought presage of a spirit who was made free of the solar order Goi Solarum Ordinem Est Sordidus. 89. Historical fragments. Shall now give a few detached historical fragments that relate to France, commencing with the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, 1559, and running down to the death of Louis XV, 1774, in chronological order, just as M. Le Pelletier has found the counterpart to lie embedded in the quatrains of Nostradamus, in a fashion seemingly interpretable to him. This, for any but French readers, will probably be sufficient to indicate the style and value of the presages enveloped in the strange and fatidical diction of the quatrains. I doubt not but that, by original research instituted and by careful rereading of the text throughout, a good many more of the mysterious stanzas might be unraveled and elucidated, also by collation of all that has been written by commentators on our author, a good deal of light might be thrown upon what they have done, even where their own interpretation has fallen short of clearness. All that my book purposes to accomplish is, at least for England, to establish, without doubt, and at once, for all future time, that Nostradamus is no impostor, but, when rightly understood and unlocked, a very wonderful anticipator of events to happen hereafter, and, farther than this, that his works are, to all intents and purposes, truly most startling oracles ever put on paper by mortal man not professing divine inspiration. From immemorial time instances of human prescience have occasionally been manifested. The whole human race has an ardent and ingrained desire to search into and anticipate futurity. Very few individuals, however, have from time to time been able to gratify and keep alive their passion in this respect. But no one has done so in a degree that at all sets him on a par with Nostradamus in the felicitous and reiterated coruscations whereby he has anticipated the more prominent points and epochs of time future, and sometimes in minuteness he even mentions by name some individual, who emerges though it be but for an instant from the general obscurity of his life. The Peace of Kate_UC.Form April 3, 1559. I Century 9. Quatrain 52. La paix s approche d'uncost, et la guerre unx *ne fut la poursuite si grande, plaindre homes, femmes, sang innocent par terre, etc. Sire de France af tout band. Translation. Peace approaches on one side, and as to war never was the pursuit of it so great, men and women have cause to weep innocent blood on earth, all through France it shall be from end to end. The peace was that concluded with Spain at Cateau-Cambrésis, whilst the war, carried on with such hot pursuit, was the civil conflict that raged * old word or jamma, never. T Latin, a, by. Between Romanist and Calvinist. This it was made men and women lament the blood spilt upon the earth in all parts of France, from north to south. Death of Henri II. July 10, 1559. 1-72 Century I, Quatrain 35. Le lion jean le vieux sur Montera en champ bellici par singulier duque, dans cage d'or * la yule crevera, du classes t un j pouce mourir, Mort cruel. Translation. The young lion shall overcome the old on the field of war in single combat duel, he will pierce his eyes in a cage of gold. This is the first of two loppings, then he dies a cruel death. Montgomery, who at the moment of the narrative bore the name of Captain Corjes, Garin Sears, p. 25, afterwards became Earl of Montgomery, overthrew Henri II. Le Lion, in the tournée or duel, and pierced him above the eye through the gilt visor of his helmet. This is the first of the two blows that will destroy the dynastic tree of the House of Valois. Henri II, wounded mortally, shall be the first to die a violent death, whilst his son, Henri III, will be the second, who fell by the hand of Jacques Clement. *Bowes/Orads, p. 103 says that the king alone had the right to a visor of pure gold. I believe this to be pure nonsense. It would be little stronger than lead. It merely means a gilt casque, and I think some of the accounts say so in as many words. If Bowes were right, the king courted death. T Greek, iko is, breaking or lopping. \Latin, una, the one or first. August I 1589. This is a very celebrated quatrain. It is found in the earliest edition of the quatrains published at Lyons in 1555, containing merely 300 quatrains. It lifted Nostradamus into celebrity at once. He had applied it to Henri II several years before it happened, and had even announced it as a prediction to the king himself. He was well known to Henri II, to whom he dedicated the last 3 centuries, in a long and curious epistle, which we have already given in full. The king seems to have had infinite confidence in Nostradamus, for he let him draw the royal horoscope, as well as that of his 2 children, in 1556. The story of this is curious, as given by Guinaud in his Concordance des Prophéties de Nostradamus, 1712 pages 86 to 91. Henri II, it would seem, proclaimed a tournament in the Rue St. Antoine, the site of the Bastille, then in the country, for July is 59 in honor of the marriage of his daughter Elizabeth of France with Philip II of Spain. He listed himself as one against all comers. The joust being nearly over and the sun setting, the Duc de Savoy begged him to quit the running, as his side was already victorious, but the king wanted to break another lance over it, and commanded the young Comte de Montgomery, captain of his Scotch Guard, to run a tilt in conclusion. He excused himself, but the king insisted and grew angry. Of course the young man then obeyed, put spurs to his horse, and struck the king upon the throat, below the visor. His lance shivered, and the butt raising *C also Brantome, vie des hommes illustres de son temps. The visor, a splinter wounded the king above the right eye, cutting several of the veins of the /ZV. Mater. The king swooned. He lived on, however, for 10 days in terrible agony, as foretold in the prophecy, Du classes un, pousse mourir, mart crit l. Nostradamus styles both of them lions, as they both fought under that device. The king wore a gilt helmet, so that the cage, for was literally fulfilled. The strange part is that another astrologer, named Luc Gauric, had once been visited by the king in company with 2 other gentlemen, to whom he feigned to give precedence, but the astrologer, perhaps knowing him, insisted on addressing him first, and told him he would die in a duel. He also prophesied a violent death to the king's companions, and managed to displease the whole trio. The king said of this, "We are making peace now with the king of Spain, so it is not very likely that I shall challenge him, and as a king I could in no other way be challenged, whatever may be the fate of the other gentlemen." Guinaud quotes this story from the Princesse de Clovis, who, in the 2nd volume of her writings, represents the court as discussing the credibility of astrologers, the prevalent opinion apparently being rather strong against them. Still, we know that Henri II greatly honored Nostradamus. Prophetic warning is evidently futile, for the king had two separate warnings and heeded neither. Princesse de Clovis. 2145. Quelques et perfs, le roi Deutsche la reine hi hier du cercle, ton parle des horoscopes et des predictions. Les opinions de yent partagées sur la croyance que ton y devoid. Donner. La reine y ajoute beaucoup de foi, elle soutient tu après tant de choses qui avaient été perdites, et que ton avail vu arriver, on ne pouvait tutor tu il enuit quelque certitude dans cette science. D'autres soutenaient, que parmi ces nombre infini de prédictions, les peu qui se trouvaient véritables, faisaient voir que c'en était tu un effet du hasard. J'aieu autrefois beaucoup de curiosité. Pour y venir, dit le roi, mais on aimé dit tant de choses fausses et tsi pauvres. Semblables que je suis demeuré convaincu que ton ne peut rien savoir de véritable. Tu y quelques années tu il devint ici un homme d'une grande réputation dans l'astrologie. Tout le monde voir, jy comme les autres, mais sans lui dire qui j'étais, et j'mina monsieur de guise et d'escars, j'ai les fit passer le premier. L'astrologie néanmoins s'adresse d'abord que moi, comme silmu jug le maître des autres, peut être tu il me connaissait, cependant il me dit une chose qui ne me convenait pas, silmu canu. Tu me predit que je serai tu en duel. Tu dit ensuite que monsieur de guise, tu il serai tu par derrière, et que d'escars, tu il aurait la tête cassée d'un coup de pied de cheval. Monsieur de guise s'offense quasi de cette prediction, comme si on eut à cause de devoir fuir. Descars ne fut guère satisfait de trouver tu il devait finir par un accident si malheureux. Enfin nous sortimes tu trs malcontents de l'astrologie. Gene ce qui arrivera h monsieur de guise et d'escars, mais il ny guerre d'apparence que je sois tout en duel. Nous venons de faire la paix xle roi d'Espagne et moi, quand nous ne oriens pas fait, je doute que nous bataillons, et que je le fis appeler comme le roi monde pnre fit rappeler Charles Quint. The story, as told by the Princesse de Clovis, is fuller than I have given it, but does not correspond at all with the version given to Lord Bacon when in France, as told to him by Dr. Penn, who said, Bacon's essay on prophecies, that the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, was given to curious arts, and caused the king's nativity to be cast under a false name. Happy Face, the astrologer adjudged that he should be killed in a duel. The queen laughed, supposing her husband to be above challenges to duel, but he was slain upon a course at tilt, the splinters of the staff of Montgomery going in at his beaver. History, in events large or small, hath so many variants that any man, whose view of things is a little sinister, may well be allowed to say all history is a variant of truth, and all that is sure in it is that it cannot be relied upon at all. In this case the astrologers were right, spite of the odds against them. Arrest of Montgomery, May 27, 1574. R73. Century 3. Quatrain 30. Celui en asterisk lutaf et fur ofaict bellici or upon j plus grand qui li le prix, denuict olic 6 li ferrant la pique, nude, sans harnois, subit sira surprince translation. To him who in strife and armor in the warlike field shall have carried away the prize from one greater than himself. By night in bed 6 men will stab him, unprotected he will be surprised naked and unarmed. This means that Montgomery, who in jousten faict bellici, we are told, means an engagement on horseback, with lance in hand will have carried away the prize from Henri H. Pins Grand July, will be suddenly surprised in bed at night, naked and unarmed, by 6 men, who will deliver him into the vengeful hands of Catherine de' Medici. Asterisk chu n, for key n. T romance, for lulled. Exporti, por remporte. Latin, subito, suddenly. Some say the dying king gave him free pardon, others report that he fled to England to save himself, but at any rate he came to England, and there embraced Protestantism. When he returned to France, he placed himself at the head of the revolted Huguenots in Normandy, and was besieged in Domfront by the Marshal de Matignon and a large force, to which he was obliged to surrender. The terms of the surrender guaranteed his life, but by express command of Catherine he was arrested in his own castle of Domfront on the night of May 27, 1574, by 6 gentlemen of the royal army, and carried to the Château of Seine, thence to the Conciergerie at Paris, and there immured, where the great tower still goes by his name. The Regency of Catherine de' Medici, 1559–1574. 1.74 Century 6. Quatrain 63. La Dame sous le règne de Marie, d'unique instinct premier au lic d'honneur, September ans sire de douleur esplérie, pousse longue vie au règne par grandeur. Translation. The lady shall remain to rule alone, her unique spouse dead, who was first in the field of honor. She will weep for grief through 7 long years. And gifted with long life will reign long. Catherine de' Medici did not put off her weeds till August 1566, 7 years and a few days from the death of the king in July, 1559, on her return from a progress with her son Charles IX, in the course of which she had visited all the mutinous cities throughout the kingdom, with a view to satisfy them. She survived till the year 1589, and practically retained the whole power during the reigns of her 2 eldest sons, François II and Charles IX, but she entirely lost it on the succession of Henri III. The quatrain applies to no one so well as to Catherine de' Medici, and, if it be allowed to be realized as to her person, there is no denying the singular exactitude of the prophecy. We have no evidence that the Queen applied the quatrain to herself, or that her contemporaries bore it in mind, but the second line is remarkable as assuming with reposeful confidence the previous death of the king as predicted. The third line is a startling example of the precision with which our prophet can mark out the duration of a period. 7 years the queen is to wear mourning, and she does so all the time she is traveling. The skeptical will say she did it to fulfill the prophecy, but it looks rather as if that had fallen quite out of remembrance, and as if it was due much more to policy, and for the purpose of creating sympathy, during her state tour, than to motives either of superstition or any singular attachment to her deceased husband. The quatrain is most unobtrusively worded, and yet so confidently assured and searching, that it seems to me, as if perfectly unbiased and disinterested observers might take it as a kind of moral voucher for the simple integrity of its author. I merely draw attention to it so far, and every reader will form his own judgment upon the point. I hold myself aloof from theory, but this is how the particular fact we are upon impresses my mind, and probably it may affect many others in the same way. Extinctiox de Valois, 1s 59I589. L77 Presage 40. De Maison Septembre par mort L suite, Gressel, Tempeste, Pestilent Mal, Fureurs, Roid Orient, d'Occident to en foot, subjugere ses jadis conquereurs. Translation. The death of the House of Seven by a suite of deaths, hail, tempest, pestilent evil, fury. A king of the East will put all the West to flight, and will subdue his at one time conquerors. The House of Valois consisted of the 7 children of Henri II. By the death of the 4th son, Henri III, in 1589, the whole of the 7 were dead except Marguerite, who married Henri IV, so that the family may well be said to have died out by it. Suite of deaths mort el suite. Heresy was rampant, pestilent mal, and civil war. Solomon II, called the Magnificent, threatened all Christendom, and recovered all the holy places that the Crusaders had wrested from his predecessors. Civil War, 1575–1576. I-78. Century 6. Quatrain 11. De seps ramio / serent reduix, le plus ein serent serpens * par mort, fratricider le du serent siduix, le conjords and dormens serent morts. Translation. The 7 branches when they shall be reduced to 3, and the 4 eldest shall have been surprised by death, the 2 males shall entertain fratricidal aims, and the conspirators sleeping shall be reduced to death. This means that, when the 7 are become but 3, i.e. the 3 youngest, Henri III, and the Du de Lengon will enter upon a fratricidal war. In 1575 Alain escaped from the court, where he was under surveillance, and put himself at the head of the malcontents, who were in alliance with the Huguenots. He was successful, and forced the Edict of Pacification, May 14, 1576, upon his brother the king. Daniel, in his History of France under Henri III, shows that they mutually sought each other's death by dagger and poison. The Guys les Coihours, and the Leaguers will come by their deaths from indulging in a false security. The murder of Henri III. 1589, I-79. Century v. Quatrain 67. Quant chef paraus en osera sa tunique, sans aucun tout nude s expolier * serent prince t September, faict aristocratique. Lep re et fils morts par point au collier. Translation. When the chief of Paraus dare not risk casting off his tunic without stripping himself entirely naked, the last of the 7 taken, what an event in the upper circles. Father and son killed by a stab in the throat. When Sixtus v. chef de Paraus, will not dare Latin, expolier, totally despoiled. T. Romance, I or pre. To excommunicate Henri III, having already lost England in 1534, and feeling he must not be entirely stripped by a further Gallican schism, will be rid of the posterity of Henri II. Serent Prince September, by a tremendous event in aristocratic circles. Father and son will both perish by a thrust in the throat. Death of the Guys, December 23, 24, 1588. ISO. Century 4. Quatrain 60. Les September enfants en hostain * lests, les tiers tviendre son enfant truc ider / du par son fils serent des stock purses, gens Florence les viendre in condor. Translation. 7 children will be left in his house, the tiers tat will come to murder his child, 2 will have been pierced by the sword of his son, Genoa and Florence will come to disorder them. This is, Henri II. At his death will leave 7 children in his house. The Concile des Six Tiers, will incite Jacques Clement to go to St. Cloud to assassinate Henri III, because he has caused Henri de Guise and the Cardinal to be slain by sword thrusts. Then Charles Emmanuel I, Duke of Savoy le Genoise, and Alexander Farnese, Duke of Parma le Florentin, General of Philip II, will come to make war on Henri IV, who will be compelled by Farnese to raise the siege of Paris, 1590, and Rouen, 1592, with precipitation. Romance, Hostage, Maison, House, Palace. T. Romance, Tears, 3rd. Ex Latin, Trinicidere, cut the throat. IJ Latin, Incandites, dispersed. Parma was, originally, of Etruscan foundation, Bullet, Dictionnaire d'Histoire SV Parme, and in this respect rises above Florence, the capital of modern Tuscany. This justifies Nostradamus in designating the Duke of Parma as Florence. Genoa, by Synecdoche, may stand for Savoy, as being its more commercial emporium. Burial at Saint Denis of the last of the Valois, 1589-1610. 1.82 century I. Quatre, I-20. Serpens * transmis en locage de fer ou les enfants septens du roi sont pris, les vieux et par sortirant bastide de enfer, percent ans neerervoir de fruict mort et Chris. Translation. The coffin being lowered behind the grill of iron, where the 7 children of the king are buried. The ancestors of the Valois will rise from the depths of the tomb, and are out to see their withered fruit thus die. Henri III was deposited, provisionally, in 1589, at Compiègne, in the Abbey of Saint Corneille, and it was only in 1610 that his body was conveyed to the vaults of St. Denis, at the same time with the bodies of Henri IV and Catherine de' Medici. This quatrain is not very remarkable, but the interpretation hangs pretty well together. It has perhaps this value, that it shows us one incident in a vast procession of historical dissolving views that seem to have passed before the eye of Nostradamus, and one would say in asterisk Greek, eopos, wooden case, coffin. T sortirant bas, for dtbas. Ex Latin, in/urnus, subterranean. Chronological sequence, which he must himself have broken up purposely afterwards, fearing that the chronological clue would often render the prophecy too open to interpretation to be good for either his own safety or the public advantage. Marriage of François II and Mary Stuart, 4 April 24, 1558. 1.84 century ex quatrain 39. Premier fils vev asterisk malheureux mariage sans nuls enfants, deux isles en discord, avant dix huit incompetent age. Plus de iotre prsj plus basirita cord. Translation. The eldest son leaves, with his wretched marriage. Widow, no children, and 2 isles in strife. And dies before 18, incompetent of age. The younger son will marry earlier still. The matter seems to stand thus. Francois II, eldest son of Henri II, shall die and leave his wife, Mary Stuart, a widow without children, after an unhappy marriage that extends over less than 2 years, before he is 18, or of competent age. The particularity of this detail is wonderful, and far more like history than prophecy, except as to the brevity with which it is expressed. His enunciations asterisk romance, vev, vuve. The word is made here to apply to the wife, Mary Stuart, whom he leaves a widow without children. The grammatical effort is somewhat violent, but vef or vi/ is the masculine form, so there is very little choice given. T in the quatrain this ought to be written eg, as it stands in the ext type, or the line will not scan. IPRH, for APRNS. 2 This is how MLE Pelletier renders the last line. Amount to hints only, but they are so pregnant that, when you fill in the indispensably connected particulars, the statement reads like history. So here the instant you recognize that François II is the subject of the lines, you refer to history for his birth and death, January 19, 1543, December 15, 1560, that is, 17 years, 10 months, and 15 days, or a month and 15 days short of 18 years. Avant dix huit is Nostradamus's phrase. Again, his death establishes discord between Elizabeth of England and Mary of Scotland, deux isles en discord. Charles IX, his younger brother, was affianced to Elizabeth of Austria when still younger, at 11 years of age, though he did not marry till 20. This is how MLE Pelletier harmonizes the line. But, as affiancing is not marriage, this cannot have any affinity at all with marrying at an incompetent age. I should propose to read the line thus. Of the younger one afterwards, and lower down, will the concordance, account, or accord be given, and accordingly we shall have now to enter upon several stanzas that relate to Charles IX. Charles IX. Leroi Farouche. 1560 to 1574, I-86. Century 3. Quatrain 66. Le and bailiff cl oralcans miss il mort sira par unda sang vindicative, de morten drit ne mora nipar sword, de pides et mains mal le facoit captive. Translation. The great bailiff of Orleans shall be put to death by one of vindictive blood, not undeserved death shall he die, nor by fate, for they will insecurely make him captive by feet and hands. Jerome Grosslot shall be arrested November 9, 1561, and condemned by the Inquisition to beheadal for delivering the city to the Calvinists. But he will not suffer the death merited, nor undergo his fate, his keepers being bribed, he shall escape. Defection of Admiral Coligny, 1559–1567. 187. Century 6. Quatrain 75. Le grand pilote par roi sira mand, f laissez la classe percent pour plus hall Louis September ansaprs sira contraband, barbare armed viendra Venise craindra. Translation. He who shall have been appointed admiral by the king, shall leave the fleet to take a higher post, 7 years later, shall take the opposite side to the king, Venice shall dread an army of barbarians coming. Gaspard de Coligny, made Grand Admiral by Henri II in 1552, shall quit the fleet in 1559, on the death of the king, and place himself at the head of the Calvinist party. In 1562 he will be general of their forces, and in 567, that is, 7 years after withdrawal from the fleet, he will head the rebellion in the Civil War. At the same moment Venice will dread the armies of Selim II, that will wrest Cyprus from her in 1570. The peace between the Catholics and Protestants was signed at St. Germain in this very year. The Venetians, however, in this year Italian, /F70/ pilot. T Latin, mandatus, appointed to a charge. J Latin, classis, fleet. Romance, contraband, marching in a contrary band. Tu ordo is, Venise craindra un armée de barbares qui viendra. Gained the naval victory of Lepanto over the Turks in 1570. Murder of Louis de Bourbon, Prince of Condé, March 13, 1569. 1.88 Century 3. Quatrain 41. Bossusira s le parle concile, plus hider monstre entier en aperson. Le couvent crevertziel asterisk le trestre roi pour fidel Ricia. Translation. Crookback shall be elected by the council, a more hideous monster never seen on earth. An intentional shot pierces the eye of the traitor who had sworn to be faithful to the king. Prince Louis of Condé, the humpback, shall be elected general-in-chief by the council of notables of the Calvinists. Such a monster of wickedness was never seen on earth. Montesquieu killed him with a pistol shot in the eye, who had twice escaped from his treasonous practices against the king. Here Nostradamus' forecast is miraculously clear, although it has baffled Guinaud to find its concordance with events. He here also exhibits his religious partisanship. A hunchback is always considered to be morally as well as physically deformed, and, as Louis de Bourbon took the side of the Calvinists, he became at once to our prophet IC plus Hideix monstre entier. Evidently, however, he was a grand fighting fellow, and spent his life in camps, if we go no further than Maury for his history. He was condemned for a con asterisk. This line is a foot short. Garin C. Res reads, Le volant Lycravera unoi. Spirator in 1560 to lose his head. But the sentence was never carried out, as King François II died at the moment, and none was bold enough to see to it. When Charles IX set him at liberty, the Cour des Pairs found out that he was innocent, and declared him so. He perished at the Battle of Jarnac. He had his leg broken by the kick of a horse, and was seated at the foot of a bush when Montesquieu, captain of the Duke of Anjou's guards, saw him, and, for some old pique, coolly, but like the veriest coward, shot the wounded Condé in the eye with his pistol. The body was conveyed for burial to St. George of Vendôme, either by chance or insult, on the back of a chaise, at Jarnac, which led to one of those impromptu pedophile epigrams that the French turn so prettily, Elle en 1569, Entrée Jarnac et Châteauneuf. Fut port mort sur un anis le grand ennemi de la messe. V. Maury, S. V. Louis de Bourbon. Saint Bartholomew's Day, August 24, 1572. I 89. Century 4. Quatrain 47. Le noir asterisk farouche, quand aura sa main sanguine par fur, arcs tendus, t trace tu le pupil siratant t afraid voir les plus grands parcolet pides pendus. Translation. The savage king, when he shall have tried his blood-stained hand with fire, sword, and bows, all the people shall be terrified to see the great hung by the neck and feet asterisk noir, anagram of roi, cutting off / t arcs tendus, arquebus. Latin, tantum, much. When Charles IX shall exercise his sanguinary hand with fire, the sword, and the arquebus, the people will be horrified to see the great Calvinist lords strung up by the neck and feet. One of the savage amusements of Charles, in hunting, was to cut off at a single blow the heads of any asses or pigs he came across on the way. During the very massacre he placed himself at a window of the Louvre and took several shots with a long arquebus at the Huguenots who fled from the other side of the Seine in the Faubourg St. Germain. The body of Coligny was dragged by the populace, at the end of a rope, through all the mud of the kennels, and then hung up by one foot to the gibbet at Montfaucon. This 24th of August fell on a Sunday. The king himself died 2 years after, with some suspicion of poisoning. He is said to have been a man of high courage and of a lively, quick wit, possessing a good share of eloquence, was given much to dissimulation, and full of oaths, unreasonably violent, and without self-control. He turned to verse well, and loved hunting. His poems still remain, but I do not know they can ever command a single reader. In speaking of poets, he used to say they ought to be well fed, like good horses, but not satisfied, or they become lazy. The world in general prefers to starve them if they are first-rate, and enrich them if they are second-rate. We cannot expect people to reward what they cannot understand, though inevitable, we cannot but deplore the arrangement. With good abilities, Charles had so little judgment that his actions would always have been mischievous. The best thing that could have happened was his death at 24. He is said to have remarked, when dying, that he was glad to die young and have no children, for he had sadly learnt, in his own case, how miserable is the conduct of a prince who mounts the throne a child, and so governs through the ministry of others. This only shows a little recovery to sober reason, but none of the remorse that is attributed to him on his deathbed, as being the ostensible author of the blackest act that has ever disfigured Christianity or stained Europe. In perfidy and crime it cannot be surpassed, nor as the outcome of religious perversion. The crimes of an atheistic democracy, perpetrated 200 years later on the same theatre precisely, have only been able to surpass it, in the carnal lusts exhibited, in the inhuman degradation of the body of man, and in the ubiquity of iniquity, when the whole people are thirsting to satiate their debased passions in sin. Nostradamus has elsewhere called Paris the city of the sword. It is the winepress of fly earth, fat with the blood of man, Lutetia of mud and blood. Housemen rebuild it, but nothing can cleanse it. Their very guillotine is an instrument contrived to publicly gratify the populace in its tiger taste for the reek of blood in the streets of the city of blood. If you wish to see the disgrace of religion, read Sully's description of the endeavor of the ferocious priests on that day to have kiss blood. Look also on the medal of Gregory XIII, struck rejoicingly to commemorate the family name of Pope Gregory XIII. Was Hugo Boncompagni. On May 13, 1572, he was made pope. He assumed the name of Gregory out of respect to Saint Gregory Nazianzen. 109 That awful crime. Bonani shows it, and, as a work of medieval art, the head of the Pope is of the very highest order of beauty and Italian grace. But, then, it commemorates the blood of 60,000 victims, he says. Ranka, 269, puts it at 50,000. Take this number, if you like, it is enough to satisfy the successor to St. Peter, to whom the special mandate was addressed, feed my sheep, as other shepherds do for the butcher, is the Gregorian gloss. Tradesmen, however, have the decency to shut the shambles on the Sunday morning, but the Servus Servoruin is at home in his ministrations on the Dominical day. That Sunday in August is indeed he caused the Church to encourage the murder of refractory kings, he promoted the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Day, which Sir Paul Ricote, the historian of the popes, does not so much as mention in the life of Gregory. He only says towards the end that he may be numbered amongst the good popes. As Boncompagni was a good lawyer before he became a good pope, he was pre-qualified for a virtuous career in any line of life. He reconfirmed the excommunication of Queen Elizabeth, he rectified the calendar which goes by his name, the Gregorian. The Jesuits' college was finished by him at Rome, dedicated so oddly religion Ioni et bonus artibius. In his day Japan was, by Jesuit missionary effort, brought within the pale of the Church, on which a wit remarked that Japan varnish was introduced into Europe, and Christian varnish into Japan. He died at 83, and to the last could almost mount on horseback without the help of his servants. His place of retirement, Ricote says, was Frescati, about 10 miles distant from Rome, where the Borghese Palace now is, and was then called Monte Brago/Iea. Most fit name for the residence of the 0/D. of St. Bartholomew's Massacre v. Paul Ricote, Lives of the Popes, ed. 168, vol. 2. p. 163. A Saint's Rubric. For that day there is no need of a calendar. Time, till the world ruptures, can never forget it, nor forgive. Le Noir Fructi of this quatrain is, by Guinaud, p. 113, said to stand for Admiral Coligny, who is designated, according to him, very variously in the quatrains. The Ioire Furucli alludes to his rough and forbidding exterior. Le Grand Pilote, 675, is another epithet, Le Tyran, Presage 3, another. The conclusion of the quatrain is admitted, both by Le Pelletier and Guinaud, to stand for Coligny. In the earlier portion, most will, I think, prefer to take noir as the anagram of roi. Guinaud gives a surprising account from the historians of Provence and France, of what happened to Coligny when he was at Angoulême in 1568. He set up a gibbet there, and on his own authority hanged upon it Michel Grelet, guardian of the Cordeliers, and a most zealous preacher against the heretics. In his dying speech on the scaffold, the latter said, "Admiral, you put me to death very unjustly. I am going to God now to give account to him of my actions, but remember, you and all the people present here today, I predict that in a short time, you will yourself be thrown from an upper window, and your body will be cut to pieces." The histories go on to say that an Italian cut off Coligny's head to send it to Cardinal de Lorraine at Rome, whilst other men cut off his hands and other parts of his body. Also that at about 6 in the morning the mob found his body on a dunghill in a stable, dragged it to the Seine, and threw it in. It was again fished out, and hung by the foot to the gibbet of Montfaucon, where it became blackened in the smoke of the fires that were lighted below it. Guinaud, Concord. Nostra, p. 113, Cézanne 52. L90. La grande cité qui n'a pas de mai encore un coup la Saint Barthélemy engravera au profond de son âme, Nizams, Rochelle, Genève et Montpellier, Casters, Lyon, Mars entrant au Belier, S entrée battrant, le tout pour un dame. Translation. The great city that has bread at only half rations will have the further blow of Saint Bartholomew cut deep into its soul. Nizams, Rochelle, Geneva, and Montpellier, Casters, Lions, with Mars entering the ram, will fight one another, and all for the Queen Mother. The great city is, of course, Paris, and on dame is the Queen, Catherine de' Medici. It has to be borne in mind that these Cézannes were not published till 33 years after the Ine of St. Bartholomew's. Naturally, the prediction loses all special authority in this case. It raises, however, a singular question: why, if it was written after the event, it was not rendered more explicit, if those who published it had an interest in augmenting the fame of the prophet? It looks very much as if the testamentary duties were performed in perfect good faith, mechanically, and without even understanding the purport or meaning of the words. Another passage relating to St. Bartholomew's massacre occurs in the text of 1605, and its authorate is no greater than that of the Cézanne just quoted, as it was not published till after the event. It goes, however, to strengthen the remark I above made. Those who caused the work to be printed seem to have been perfectly unconscious of the meaning of the stanzas. They regarded the whole procedure as a mere form of respect to the memory of a celebrated relative. Their duty was clear to them, and they performed it, but the writings were to them perfectly unintelligible. Presage 3. 252, is dated as if written January, 1555, and for anything that I can see there is nothing whatever to make one doubt but that it was so. Having made this point as clear as I can, the reader will take it or reject it as he pleases. Le gros erain qui les ars ordonnés, sur le trespass du tyran cassera, asterisk pleurs, plaints et cris, os, glacé pain ne dun v. Sct paix I arm passera. Translation: the brazen bell that rings the daily hours will play full volley at the tyrant's death, tears, cries, and groans, the waters freeze up bread, with son of Charles V the peace is made. The tyrant here is interpreted by Guinaud, p. 107, as Coligny, and he appends some interesting remarks from Favin's Histoire de Navarre, touching Saint Bartholomew's Day in Paris. He says they marked asterisk will sound in full volley. These letters are interpreted by the old commentators and Guinaud, p. 107, as meaning the peace concluded with Philip II of Spain, v. Cinq, s. Successeur, sur, c. Charles i.e., successor to Charles Quint. The lodgings of the Huguenots that they might know where to find them in the hurry, and it was arranged that at the tocsin of the great bell at the palace, as well as that of the church of St. Germain d'Auxerrois, they were to lay violent hands main base, on all the heretics. 2 p.m. was the hour appointed. The Catholics who went into the street were to distinguish themselves by a white cross upon their hats. The bodies of the slain were for the most part thrown into the river. Mcherai records that the Queen Mother hastened the signal by a full hour, and that it was, contrary to arrangement, started by the bell of St. Germain d'Auxerrois, although that was immediately followed up by the big bell of the palace. Coligny was slain in bed, and flung out of window in his shirt only. His face, being covered with blood, the Duc de Guise coolly wiped it with his handkerchief, to assure himself that it actually was Coligny. We shall shortly see this bloodthirsty villain himself murdered at Blois. The massacre continued the whole week through, for 7 days that is, but the chief fury had spent itself by Tuesday night. The Janus Gallicis professes, though how AIM could have any certainty of it I cannot tell, that Nostradamus, by Tyran, alludes to Coligny, and says that the bell tolled so long that it broke. The quatrain does not necessitate the supposal of any such thing, and I believe the fact is not elsewhere recorded. Of course, if it be, it would be so literal a fulfillment that all the skeptical world would immediately take advantage of what I have pointed out, that this is a prophecy aperçu. If so doing should rejoice anybody, I can only say that he has my consent. My business is to put the facts, without a shred of disguise, before the reader. He can weave them into theories for himself. If I at any time manifest what I think, he will be pleased to accept it merely as a contribution towards the same end. In January, 1572, the river Seine was frozen over for a long time, and the roads became almost impassable. This may perhaps be thought to interpret os glossae pain ne done, with such hieroglyphic symbolism of scarcity as oracular utterance delights in. It is pretty certain that provisions did not enter Paris that winter with their usual flow. In allusion to the army mentioned, Guinaud says that the du d'Anjou marched with 50,000 men to the siege of Rochelle, where, after firing 13,000 shots, they at last effected a breach. What they battered down, oddly enough, was the boulevard of the Gospel Boulevard de Ivangi/E, but they could not storm it, and lost 20,000 men without taking the place. In that eulogium on Catherine de' Medici which de Brantome, Pantheon littéraire, 116, calls her life, he relates that she died of a broken heart, from grief at having consented to the massacre on this ill-starred day, and that without intending it she, p. 133, had invited the nobles and lords of the land to gather to it. The Cardinal de Bourbon said to her, "Madam, you have brought us all to the butchery without intending it." This touched her to the quick, she took to her bed and never left it again. One can only say the stocks not quite accord with Mezeray and her sounding the tocsin an hour earlier by anticipation. Further, as the massacre took place in 1572, and the Queen Mother did not die at Blois till 1589, 17 years after, her heart resisted grief much as granite does vinegar. The lady must originally have possessed a very good heart. De Brantome says poison was talked of, but he considers the broken heart more likely. Civil War under Henri I 1559–1589. I.93 Century 3. Quatrain 55. En ion chu un sel en France regnera la cour sera en un biefestier trouble, le grand de Blois son amitera, le regni mis en mal et de double. Translation. In the year when a one-eyed man shall reign in France, the court shall be in very vexatious trouble, the great one of Blois shall kill his friend, the kingdom, plunged into evil and doubt, shall divide in two. Mle Pelletier's version here seems to be a little forced. The one-eyed man he makes to be Henri II, whose eye was destroyed by Montgomery's lance. The court is to be in great embarrassment. Henri III. Le Grand de Blois, will convoke at that place the States General, and will there assassinate the Duc de Guise, first taking with him, in Italian fashion, the Holy Communion, as a sign of entire reconciliation. Then the desolated kingdom will divide into two camps, the royalists on one side, and the Leaguers on the other. Regency of Catherine de' Medici, 1537–1574. I94 Century 6. Quatrain 29. La veuve asterisk Saint entendant les nouvelles de ses ramio mis en perplexe et trouble, qui te siraduict percent apaiser les KRLs par son porchas ide raises if faricomle. Translation. The holy widow shall receive news of the difficulties that perplex and trouble her children, he whom she calls home to quiet disturbances shall bring them to a crisis by his pursuit of shaven heads. There is a little difficulty in applying the epithet saint to the Queen Mother, and Garanciers supposes it to signify Roma la Santa, but, if so, the rest will have no meaning. Nostradamus is so entirely for Henri II, his wife, and the Romish Church, that in spite of his designating her son Leroi Farouche, he might think the term saint not inappropriate to her. She sent a private dispatch to her son, Henri III, to hurry back from Poland, as we shall see him doing in the next quatrain cited, that he may take the direction of the French government. He enters into an alliance with Henri IV and the Huguenots to counterbalance the Catholic League. Thence follows the murder of the Cardinal, brother of the Duc de Guise, who was murdered by the King's order on December 24, 1588, one day after his brother. This is the prosecution of the Church, Porchas de Raises, coupled asterisk romance, veuve equals veuve, widow. T Latin, fiaith, celoici. J Latin, ductus, led. Apaiser, 4 por apisur. 2 por chas, o/6. Word, pursuit, active intrigue proquassatio. H. raises, tonsured priests and monks tets rast es. With the repression of the liagu, which culminates the crisis. The only jarring word in this concordance, when once it is comprehended, lies in the word sa, ict \o, which I have already drawn attention, and which may be explained by the devotion felt by Nostradamus to the crown of France and to Rome. It is evident that Brantome was able to regard her as a most admirable and lovable lady. The toxin and the blood spoil our appreciation. Henri III. Renounces Poland, June 26, 1574. 1.96 Century 7. Quatrain 35. La grande péché * viendra plaindre t plorer d'avoir sleu, trompt serent nih, guerre ex avec yux ne vaudre mourir, dessous sera par sous / de son language. Translation. The great gambler shall complain and weep to have elected him, deceived in his age, the Duke had no desire to stay with them, he will be slain by men of his own tongue. Greek, Ireokrakiji, draft playing, or gambling. The word was applied to gaming by the Greeks, as we find a story in Plutarch Liddell and Scott, Lex, exhibiting Hermes as playing drafts, on the tree Favri Ipiof, with Selene, and winning 5 days, which he adds to the year. Gynod, p. 119, reads Pi/ie, which I take to be an abscess, wolf, or devouring ulcer. Both he and Le Pelletier interpret it as meaning Poland. T. Plaindra, for se plaindra. Exgier. Nobody explains this word, and yet it seems to stand much in need of it. It is given by Roquefort, as from gubernator, a general. Leader, or we may say dux, for the du Diolengon. It is really v/fj or guide. Guber, govern, guide, being all three cognate. Latin, decisus, cut off, severed. To this term is applied to Poland by Nostradamus in allusion to its elective throne, which became purely venal a thing at. Poland, then, will deplore having elected the Duc d'Anjou in 1573, for he stayed only 1 year with them, and absconded on the 26th of June at night, at his mother's summons, to France. The Comte de Fanchon, the Grand Chamberlain, was sent after him, and overtook him at Pina, a frontier town in Austria, but the Duke was deaf to all intercession. Gynod, p. 119. He never took the Polish throne because he wished it, but because he was pressed by the court of France, and now French affairs called him back. Gynod thinks that the last line means that his friends deceived him into taking it, but this is because he did not discover the Latin meaning in dessous. For certainly Nostradamus meant that he would go home to die by Clement's hand, as he shows in as many words a little later on. Gynod says that Poland had been deceived as to the prince's age, and that he was represented to be much older than he really was. Edict of Poitiers, October 3, 1577. I-97. Century v. Quatrain 72. Pour le plaisir d'edict voluptueux, en mestre le poison dans la foy, venacira en cors si virtueux ** obfuscara du solile tout alloy. T last coming to be played for as a hazard at dice. But, curiously enough, the less authentic reading Poche is almost equally descriptive of burning ulcer eating into the body politic till it destroys it. Latin, T/R/Wij/J, according to M. Le Pelletier vigorous. Classical Latin has no such word, and the lower Latin means probes, boies verbis et virtute preditus. Nostradamus probably meant virtueux, in Old French, to be echine / to robust. T alloy, the quality of the substance of a metal. The battle. Translation. To pass an edict of a sugared sort, they'll mingle poison with our lily faith, and Venus darken, in her course robust, all law and light from out the sacred Sunday. The sun, in Nostradamus, often stands for the Church or Christianity, by him believed to be within the Posada of Popery. It might also mean France, whose king's name was Rex Christianissimus. I.Wies 14. Assumed the device of the Sun, with the motto Jaique pluribus impar. Venus stands for sensual pleasure, the world triumphant over the Church. The Edict of Poitiers, October 8, 1577, so far favored the Protestants that they were authorized to hold public services on the Reformed footing. Calvinist ministers might marry, and auricular confession was suppressed. Thus did Henri III mingle the poison of unchastity, etc., with the Catholic faith. The license of morals vifneus became unbridled and tarnished the law of Christendom so/il. Guinaud interprets with le Pelcticre in this, and considers the poison to consist particularly in freeing the Huguenots from the sacrifice of penance, in condemning the monastic orders, in encouraging unchastity, by allowing the Calvinist ministers to marry, in abandonnant. French etymologists is very instructive over this word, as may be seen in Littra. Of course, however, it conies from de lot, conformable to law. But I think there is a misprint, and that we ought to read Faute high equals tout la high. Guinaud, p. 122, reads high in the second line for Foy. We might suppose that that variant had been introduced to correct the fourth line, and was only by a devil carried to the second instead, by which that imp of mischief contrived to leave two errors in place of one. In confirmation somewhat of this, the text type reads tout a high. In confession. V. Hyacera is a line showing that many monks will quit the cloisters to indulge in marriage and odier debauchery. The last line may be understood, that the glory of the king will be tarnished, and make him to be ill thought of by the Catholics, or that it will obscure faith in the Church. p. 122, Journée des Barricades, May 12, I 588. L 98. Century 3. Quatrain 50. La République de la Grande Cité de Grande Rigueur ne voudra consentir, Roy sortir or par trompe et sitf, l'échelle au mur la cité repentir. Translation. The Republic of the Great City, Paris, would not submit itself to the very rigorous treatment, the king summoned by trumpet to quit the city, which is called to repent by the ladder at the wall. This quatrain and the event it prefigures are alike wonderful. Garin C. Res is much puzzled over it. What city has a commonwealth? Is it Venice, Genoa, Geneva, Lucca? He cannot tell. However, the great city in Nostradamus almost always stands for Paris. The League, mistress in Paris, would not submit to the coercive measures of Henri III, and by a call to arms perhaps the old tocsin of St. Germain de Io.0 sounding the while told him, A.spar trompet, he had better quit the city with all speed. Trial and sentence in one word, take yourself off, for the first time uttered to a king of the race Capetian, in some 800 years of history. Later on, the drumming and trumpeting. Crack-brained citizens, with nothing about them to be called sane but their river, will feel themselves called to repentance when the escalating ladders are laid by Henri III. To the wall. Let it be noted now that this day of Tly barricades is very remarkable, and, as such, is not to be found at all in Bohn's index of dates. It was, however, repeated in the Civil War of the Fronde, August 26, 1648, in the 3 Days' War, July 27, 28, 29, 1830, that set Philippe Citoyen on his rickety perch, and again in June 23, 1848. But close on 200 years after, in 1789, when the philosophic republic was at hand and the Bastille was taken, when another caput was to be handled by the mob, offering ale pour tcte to the admiration of a wise world, then was to be best discerned the result of this first reaction from St. Bartholomew's Day, pretty well that tocsin of treason has rung alarum to a world on fire. A further curious analogy demands attention here. The popes of Rome were the earliest patrons of the principle of regicide, and Clement the monk, whom we shall soon introduce, was the first to practice it. Here we see the Catholic League to be the first organized body to repudiate kingship, to set up a republican form, and consecrate a day to revolt and insurrection, which has become memorable in history forever, though forgotten by Bonn, as La Journée des Barricades. But what shall we say of this forecast by Nostradamus, 53 years before the event happened? He is, I think, the first who ever put in type the word republic, as representative of rebellion and revolt, throughout the modern world. But here we have it, the dough of prophecy made out of the ground wheat seed of time, and baked by the oven of events into the bread of history, not Walpole's lies, nor the principles, mostly false, that philosopher Hume finds so cleverly for us, but the facts divested of motive, like a petrified coral reef of insect humanities concreted into permanence and solidity by the death of myriads. Voy those who can see, it lies all contained in that linear rune, La République de la Grande Cite. Murder of the Duc de Guise, December 23, 1588. I-99 century high. Quatrain 51. Paris conjure un grand mutter commettre, Blois le faire sortir en plein effect, sur d'Orléans vaudront leur chef remettre, Angers, Troyes, Langres leur feront un méfait. Translation. Paris conspires to commit a great murder, Blois will carry it into full effect, the Ormenois will try to place a leaguer at their head, Angers, Troyes, Langres will try and undo this. Henri High. At Paris contrived the murder of the Duc de Guise, who had incited and led the Parisians on the day of the barricades, when Henri was compelled to fly to Chartres. Henri de Lorraine, Duc de Guise, was murdered the day after the cardinal, his brother, had been, at the convention of the estates at Blois. The murder took place at the Château de Blois. The Orléanois, on learning this, rose against Balzac d'Entragues, the governor of the town, and set Charles de Lorraine, Chevalier d'Amélie, at their head. He was one of the chiefs of the League, whilst Angers, Troyes, and Langres took the side of Henri III. It is not very easy, says Le Pelletier, to distinctly prove the exact position taken up by these three towns, but Nostradamus habitually puts a part to stand for the whole. In the divided interests various cities took differing sides. At the time he wrote there was nothing to show that such internecine separations would take place. He clearly anticipated them, and, so far, is absolutely right. We cannot, it seems, prove him to be right in all the details, but equally, there is nothing to show him wrong. Le Duc de Mayenne, I 589-1593. I 100. Century I Quatrain 85. Par la réponse de Dame Roy Trouble, ambassadeurs mépriseront leur vie, le grand ses frères contrefaire double par du morant ire asterisk hain, etnv.f. Translation. The king shall be troubled by the queen mother, the deputies at risk of life remonstrate, the Guise will act for both his brothers dead, the two whom envy, hatred, malice love. Henri III. Will be troubled by the response of Catherine de' Medici, who disapproves of the murder of the Guise. The deputies, ambassadeurs, from both Paris and Blois make lively remonstrance at the peril of their lives. The Duc de Mayenne le Grand, when proclaimed chief of the League, will take the Latin, ira, anger. T. Ordo, du Morant par ire, etc. Title of Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, and, as if doubled in authority, will represent his two brothers, Henri de Guise and the Cardinal de Lorraine, whom the envy, hatred, and malice of Henri High and his court had assassinated. We seem to have here a republic tempered by daggers, in place of what followed, a tyranny tempered with epigrams. This active forging of daggers, knives, and sword cutlery in France, to carve out an idol of a republic, with its blood-stained heathen Phrygian cap, taken together with its repetition 60 years later, in the barricades of the Fronde, August, 1648, was clearly generating the poison and concentrating its venom for the most startling act of death known to mankind, but one, in all history, at Whitehall, on that wintry 30th of January, 1649, the venom, that by the subtle inoculation of a Raleigh could, for a time, strike silly such a soul as Milton's psalmist of paradise, who, but for this damned virus in the world, might have taught men how to realize a paradise on earth. Crime of Jacques Clément, Ment, August I, 1589. I 102. Century 9. Quatrain 36. Un grand roi prince asterisk entre les mains d'enjointi non loin de pasque, confusion, que culter j perpet captifs temps que foudre en la husn, lors que trois frères se blesseront et murder. Lf asterisk romance, pretties, pre. T romance, underscore. Translation. A great king taken by a young man's hand close upon Easter, confusion, and a knife, there's powder on the tower for captives then, 3 brothers perish, this death takes the last. Henri III, in his camp at St. Cloud, will be struck by the hand of a young monk, join might easily be a misprint for Moyne. Jacques Clément was 25. He came straight from receiving the communion, non loin de Pasque. He thought he did God service confusion, he struck him in the lower bowel with a knife. The crime will be committed when the Parisians are cut adrift, captives, by the king beleaguering, and his vengeance is ready to fall upon their ramparts. This murder completes the violent deaths of the 3 sons, the issue of Henri H. and Catherine de' Medici. There is no occasion to call attention to the remarkable lucidity of this forecast, when once the linguistic difficulties of its conveyance have been studiously solved. The demi-lune towers projecting at intervals from the wall, as at the Hauteville, Boulogne, well enough represent the husn, or tower of vantage, in the quatrain, they need but a shield or belvedere added. Death of Henri III. August 2, 1589. I 10.3. Pridge 58. Le Roy en Esther, du la pernicie asterisk ellen pestilent, les esmus t nubulos. Asterisk Latin, pemices, destruction. Tien asterisk Kishendra, les grands non lediti tet passerit term de cavalier f. Translation. The twice king dies, by Clement hand is slain, war and revolt make the year pestilent. Hold who hold can, the great oppose not well, live laughter down and teach the cavillers. This is a most singular prophecy. Henri III, king, first of Poland then of France, is quaintly called Roy. Le Doix is an excellent synonym for seumant, all must admit. The year was harassed by civil and religious war, and the Leaguers, les Azaïs, begin to grow anxious about the consequences. Let Henri IV hold hard his own, the lilied scepter, let Curzon hold what Curzon held be his motto. The time is past for the Catholic grandees les grands, to woo Laetitia. The king can laugh now at the laughers of the guise, he laughs best who laughs last. The murder by Clement of the anti-papal king, Henri III, followed very close upon the setting up of Jesuit clubs in Paris under papal sanction, Eliot's Horks Epoch, 3. 321, the pulpits also had been filled by clerical preachers of sedition and bloodshed. Precisely 200 years later the Bastille was taken, and in the Jacobin clubs of that day were hung, says Alison, the pictures of Clement and Ravaillac, in the gloomy rooms of the old convent, in which they met like night birds of ill omen, and within little asterisk tien, fortune. T Latin, Latitia, joy, pleasure, and play on Lutetia, Paris. Ex romance, cavalier, cavillers. Wreaths beneath each picture might be seen inscribed the words, he was fortunate, he killed a king. This is so sentimental, petty, and petulant, that it would move to laughter any large good-natured mind, were it not for the slaver of malignity that accompanies everything that drops from the tongues of that sack of reptiles gathered out of the Jacobin dunghill, as they crawled forth one by one poisoning and to poison. Henri Water. The coming of Henri IV, August 2nd, 1589. I-105. Century 9. Quatrain 50. Mendocis asterisk tost viendra que son haute regni, meltant arrière un peu les norlaris, le rouge blesma, la masli I interregni, le jeune crainte, et frère barbaris. Translation. Mendocis shall soon come to his high dominion, setting back those of Lorraine a little. The old cardinal pale, the male of the interregnum. The young man timid, and the barbarian alarmed. Henri IV. The heretic Vendôme, changed his religion thrice. Jeanne d'Albret, his mother, brought him up a Protestant. To escape St. Bartholomew's Day, he professed Catholicism, in 1572. In 1576, he turned to Protestantism, to head the Calvinist party. He declared himself Catholic to take the throne of France. Through the Salic law Mendus, anagram of Vendosma, the U standing for V of course. The text type reads Mendocis, but as Mendocis is the perfect anagram of Vendosma, and makes also the Latin words meaning _// of faults, it is best to read Mendocis. T. Norlaris, anagram for Lorraine's, the patronymic of the Guise family. He ascended, to the exclusion of the Lorraine princes, no/arts. In this way, he shut out the old Cardinal de Bourbon, Pale Belstike, with age, the Duc de Mayenne, Lieutenant General of the kingdom during the interregnum, the young Duc de Guise, and the barbarously savage Philip II. Of Spain, who had pretensions to the crown through Elizabeth his wife, the daughter of Henri II. The cardinal is royal because of the dress of all cardinals. Philip allied himself with the Guises, and supported the Catholic League. The depression of the de Guise family, 1589–1593. I-107. Century X Quatrain 18. Le rang Lorraine Farah place.h/endosni, le hall miss bass, et le bass miss en hall, le fils de maman sira s leu en Rome, et les deux grands seront miss en defont. Translation. The house of Lorraine yields to the Vendôme, the high put low, the low put high instead, the son of Mammon they elect at Rome, and the pretenders both are in default. The house of Lorraine is now eclipsed by that of Vendôme. Mayenne, the chief, is put down, and Le Petit by Arnaeus, Henri IV, rises to respect and power. This heretic son of Mammon is accepted by choice at Rome for King of France, and neither of the pretenders will ever be king. The Cardinal de Bourbon had been actually proclaimed king by the League, as Charles X, but he was Romance, leu, du, chosen. K. Dead in 1590. Isabella, the daughter of Philip II, was incapable by the Salic law. So that the only two remaining were the Duc de Mayenne and the young Duc de Guise. They were shut out by Henri IV. And never reached the throne. Henri IV. Abjures Protestantism, July 21, 1593. I-108. Presage 76. Parle legal du terrestre et marin, le grande cape asterisk k tout essacommoder, ester ki scout te site /norlaren, ex ju k son advis ne vaudra accorder. Translation. Before the legate of the earth and sea, Henry the Great will yield to all required, may and to all will listen and not speak a word, and will grant nothing of his own free will. Sixtus V had boldly fulminated an excommunication against Henri Cotter, the great caput, but the latter subscribes to all required by the legate of him who can bind and loose all on the earth and sea. He abjures Protestantism at Saint Denis, on July 25, 1593, the Archbishop of Bourges officiating. The Duc de Mayenne, the Lorraine, Lieutenant General of France and Master of Paris for the League, will look on in silence, and as far as he can will prevent Paris from receiving the king. The city did not open its gates to him till March 22, 1594, 8 months after the abjuration. Cape, for caput, a descendant of Hugh Capet, T. Latin, te cite, silently. Norlaren, anagram for Lorraine, here it represents the Deux de Mayenne. Chouet for Gouillet. Marseilles taken by the Spaniards, February 17, 1696. I-109. Century 3. Quatrain 88. De Barcelone par Mare si * Grande Armée, tout Marseille de Frère Tremblera, Isles Sicise, de Mare 80 for me, Tuntraditer /Anternidra. Percent translation. From Barcelona a great fleet shall come, and terror strike into the town Marseilles, the isles are seized, and help by sea cut off, but the betrayer is made swim on land. A Spanish fleet of a dozen galleys, commanded by Charles Doria, was sent by Philip to help the Leaguers. He took possession of the islands Chateau d'Elf and Ratonneau, and thus cut off all help to seaward. Charles de Cazaux, / Guinaud refers to the same event as fulfilling this quatrain in the time of Henri IV, but by a misprint gives 1536 instead of 1596. The islands he mentions are those of St. Honorat and of Sainte Marguerite. Black's pretentious imperial gazetteer professes to give a plan of the town, and you see a number of nameless vermicelli streets running all about, but not * romance, si for Ayers, very, t Latin, traditor, traitor. Percent his body shall be dragged through the streets in the mud of the gutters. A single island off the coast is visible. One may suppose, however, that the islands are there, and that all the four were occupied by the Spaniards. Byron's Punishment, December 2, 1602. I know. Cézanne 6. Quand de Robin * la trace de Rose Enterprise, Maître Seigneurs et en Pain un Grand Prince, sur par la fin % chef en Louis Tranchera. La plume au vent, ami dans Espagny, post tu attrapes estan dans la campagne, et t'escrivent dans Iaeus etc. Translation. Hen Byron's treason and disastrous act, shall put King Henry and his lords in fear, Lafon betrays him, and the king beheads. Treason dispatched to Spain in amity, percent the carrier caught when he has entered France, and the scrivener will throw himself into the water. Robin, anagram for Byron. T romance, for Sue, known. Lafon was the name of the secretar, the accomplice of Byron. The ordo here is dans Piespagny ami, which means, then at peace with Henri IV. To romance, post, messenger, postilion. / la pume ovent is supposed by Le Pelletier to stand for cur and calamo. I should rather think it means the feather, wing, to the wind. It was written with a quill, and started on its way as a bird flies, but irrevocabile semel emissum. We are to understand this line to relate to Iost's treasonable complicity with Spain, of which an account will be given further on. Also, rescrit 7n, in the closing line stands for the same individual. * We shall see that the two Spanish couriers were arrested at the post office in Paris. Le Pelletier confuses all this from. One thing has carefully to be borne in mind in relation to the Cézannes, that they were presented to Henri Cotter, and printed for the first time in 1605. That is to say, they first appeared 3 years after this had happened. To the skeptically disposed they can furnish no authority, but to ordinary men, who only look for ordinary evidence, it will appear that there is very little as to style that would not appropriately spring from the pen of Nostradamus, and further, that if they are forgeries, the forgers have not taken advantage of their knowledge of the events to make the prophecies any clearer or more striking. These are quite as enigmatical as if our author had written them, and I think that common sense will generally be content to take them for what they are worth, and will regard them as probably genuine chips of the old block and as such very curious. Guinaud in his Concordance, Pi 37, gives a full and interesting account of Byron, chiefly extracted from Davila, Montluc, de Thou, Mezeray, Lep Re Anselm, and so forth, where the reader can refer for further details, if interested. I may just note that I have copied the date of December 2nd, 1602, from Le Pelletier, but that Maury gives the date of Byron's decapitation as July 31st, 1602, in the court of the not happening to know that Aoste is the scrivener, so he appeals it to the affair of Lafin, whose messenger, when carrying Spanish dispatches, had thrown them into the river when he found himself pursued. Unfortunately, when he finds himself in the difficulty which this involves him in, he glozes till he has forced the words to fit his erroneous view. He had far better have stated the difficulty, and said that he could not harmonize the text. But he very rarely trips thus. Bastille. The name of the messenger paste, was Picote, a native of Orleans, sold, as they say, to the King of Spain, Guinaud, p. 140. Garanciras has, p. 464, a very elaborate annotation upon this stanza, giving the whole history of Byron and Lafin in 28 folio pages. Byron appears to have been a vain, a violent, and foolish man, though of great courage and audacity in war, which made him highly valued by Henri IV. After Amiens he refused to go to quiet the towns of Picardy, unless his statue were erected in brass before the Louvre. His sudden prosperity had turned his head. The treasonous proposals with Spain were, that he was to have a daughter of the Duke of Savoy in marriage, 500,000 crowns, and sovereign rights in Burgundy. These were negotiated through Lafin, and Lafin told the king. The whole trial is given, with Byron's defense in reply, which is audacious and eloquent, but much of it is highly contradictory. He was condemned and executed in the court of the Bastille, on July 31, 1602, which coincides with Maury. The superstitious, ignorant, violent, but able soldier comes out most characteristically. He shows in emergency great rapidity of thought, decision, and presence of mind, but a deficient judgment, very little principle, and an overwhelming conceit, that, encouraged by success, almost merged into madness. A man of this sort is always a compound of inconsistencies. Accordingly he said to the Chancellor, in speaking of death, I have not been afraid of it these 20 years. And that was true, when in war, a duel, or hot blood, but in the court of the Bastille he was thought to show great fear of dying. In earlier life he had wondered at himself for fearing nothing from the thrust of a sword, though very nervous over the prick of a lancet, when he had occasion to be let blood, as they used to phrase it. The fear of death is most in apprehension, but the apprehension is most, perhaps it may be said, of the wicked in cold blood, and of the good in violence, and when the blood is hot, if but the least pause give time for reflection to enter. Garanciers notes that the greatest courage and stoutness of a man is nothing in comparison of the weakness of human nature. Two of Byron's adventures with astrologers are so characteristic of the manners of the time, as recounted by Guinaud p. 137, etc., that I think the reader should not be deprived of them. Whatever is strange and rivets the attention must have something of humanity in it, and repay the record, though ICW superior people may look down upon such trifling. I shall give them at the risk of running this annotation to too great length. When at court with his father, at the age of 18 or 20, he had a duel, and killed his man. He had to hide for this, till his father could sue out his pardon, through the Due d'Espernon, to whom fortunately the father was known. He took the disguise of a letter carter, and in this garb consulted an astrologer called Labrosse, who lived in a garret at the top of a house near the Luxembourg. He told the man that it was his master's horoscope he had need of. Labrosse told him that one day he would be a very great man, in fact, might almost be king, but for a ca/n/I algol that stood in the way. What this was the man would not explain. Byron, however, continuing to press very hard, got him to say at last that he would be beheaded on a scaffold. Upon this, he burst out with the want of judgment he showed all through his life, 40 years in all, and beat the old man mercilessly, leaving him nearly dead. He locked him malicious loge into his room, took away the key with him, and kicked down the little ladder that gave access to the loft. But still he believed what had been communicated. On another occasion he consulted Caesar, who was thought at the time to be the most able astrologer in France. This man also affirmed that he would have good fortune in almost everything. Except for a blow from a Burgundian from behind, he might even be king. But he could not get from him a word more. When he was confined in the Bastille, a friend called on him, and Byron asked him to ascertain for him from what part of the country the executioner of Paris was, and when he came back and told him that he was a Burgundian, Byron changed color and said, "There will be no reprieve then, I am as good as dead." Now as to the fulfillment of the last two lines. It will appear that my rendering is right, and that the scrivener will throw himself into the water. The scrivener turns out to be a man named Nicolas Arrast, born at Orleans, secretary to Lord Villeroy, chief secretary of state, who, finding him a most capable person, confided much in him, and the more so, that Arrast's father had spent the greater part of his life in his service. When Lord Rochepau was starting as ambassador for Spain, Arrast begged to accompany him as secretary. Villeroy immediately recommended him, and he was engaged. In a few months' time he mastered the language to such perfection, and so thoroughly accommodated himself to Spanish manners, that he might well pass for a true-born Spaniard. When Rochepau had got the treaty at Vervins ratified, the King of Spain gave him rich presents, a chain of jewels, and 6 gold chains valued at 150 crowns apiece, to distribute amongst his suite, as he thought fit. Arrast was so full of himself that he thought he ought to have one of them, but his master thought otherwise, on which, says Garancet, res, the devil crept into his soul, and, as he wanted money to supply his debaucheries, he determined to betray the state secrets which passed through his hands. With this in view, he applied to Don Fanchise, a secretary of state, and made his proposals, but the dignified Spaniard, for some reason or other, received him coolly. The Catholic king was in good amity with the most Christian one, and required to know no more than the French ambassador should communicate to him. Nothing discouraged, our traitor hurries off to Don Idiax, another secretary, and there meets with excellent reception. He was presented to the Duke of Lerma, to whom he betrayed the alphabet of ciphers. He received 1,200 crowns upon the spot, and was promised the like amount as a yearly pension. By his means the J8 oracles of Nostradamus. Spanish council knew the contents of all French instructions as soon as the ambassador himself. When La Rochepau's mission ended, Arrast got back into Villeroy's service, and so was able to maintain correspondence with Spain. Tuxis was ambassador from Spain in Paris, and after him Don Baltazar de Canega. With these men he established a close intimacy, so that finally the council in Spain got his letters before de Barros at Madrid could receive those from Henri IV. De Barros told the king that he was always now forestalled. Arrast had let a certain reprobate Raffus into his secret, and this fellow, who had been banished, in order to obtain a reprieve of sentence, betrayed Arrast to de Barros. When he got his pardon, he gave up the name of Arrast. Raffus came to Paris to communicate with Villeroy, and orders were given to detain the 2 Spanish couriers that had reached the post office. They then kept a watch upon Arrast, who was doing his devotions at the Charter House of Paris, excellent Catholic, plotter as he was. On reaching the post office, he soon found he was betrayed, and Descartes, who was to watch him, did not let him out of his sight until he brought him to Villeroy's. When there, Lai thought his man was safe, and went to announce his capture to Villeroy. Arrast instantly ran down to the stable, where his horse stood, still saddled, and galloped away. A hue and cry was soon raised. Arrast got a Spanish disguise at de Cunega's, and made off post-haste for Luxembourg. Postmasters were forbidden to let out horses to anyone, but at Meaux. The postmaster had received the order too late, for Arrast was already on horseback, but no sooner did he begin to gallop than his horse fell under him. His look of dismay impressed the postilion who accompanied him, and he told his master on his return. The postmaster told the sheriff, who came up with him at the second ferry of Ferte Sujair, but he was already on the boat, and threatening the ferryman's life. The man put him ashore, in spite of the sheriff's commands, shouted to him from the bank. He rushed into the bushes and brambles near the Marne, hoping to escape in the darkness of the night. The sheriff scattered his men everywhere, raised the whole countryside, and caused bonfires to be lighted in all directions. Ost crept from bush to bush, but, either accidentally or with intention, fell into the river Marne and was drowned. His hat was found next day, stopped between two posts, and his body 2 days later. So befitting a close to the career of a gifted dastard is a wholesome exemplar of retributive justice, and should not easily be suffered to fall out of men's recollection. Horace thinks that lamefoot justice always trips the sinner. No doubt, if we could see both worlds, but, as we cannot, I wish that here the lamefoot were considerably less lame. In England law and the lawyers, her two crutches, seem to reduce justice to a gouty incapable. With our new palace of justice the morals of a court seem to have dawned upon us. Popularity of Henri IV. After his death, I 112. Century 6. Quatrain 70. Au chef du monde le grand Turin * sira, plus outre aprefs imd, craint, redoute, son brute et los teles usurpacera, et du sol tider victor percent fort contente. Translation. Chief of the world Henri le Grand shall be, more loved in death than life, more honored he, his name and praise shall rise above the skies, and men will call him victor when he dies. French self-esteem has always appropriated to France a throne of preeminence beyond all other thrones. If it were possible, they would set theirs above that of Jupiter. They pretend a most manly contempt for kings. But the throne, you are to remember, is the work of sans-culottes, French cabinet makers. Le Grand Turin is the anagram of Henri le Grand. Before mounting the throne, he bore the name of Vendôme, from his father Antoine de Bourbon, Duke of Vendôme and King of Navarre. In the tierce quatrain of the series, Henri IV, Vendôme was anagrammatically given as Mendocis. As to Chiron it is the precise anagram of Henri, as spelt in the Old Language Henric, from the Latin Henricus. Numerous etymologies have been assigned to Henry. Camden derived it from Leonor, Vertegen from the Teutonic Han, a haven, and Rice, Saxon for rich. Killian writes it Heinrich, or Heimrich, rich home. This is very nearly right, but Nisvit is generally considered that Rick stands for powerful, so chief of a house or district. Telos, old word for glory. Latin, laus. A law saint divinity, so idlos, honor, et potest. Le mi est tire de ax de apatra. Latin, victor, conqueror. And therefore the best thing of its kind in the universe, and so chef dit monde. If Nostradamus is no prophet for you, you shall at least admit that he was a Frenchman. The Frenchman whips the old world, and the American whips creation. The rest of us may look forward to an eternity of corporal punishment in spite of the nominal abolition of slavery. Condillac will furnish the logical distinction, that establishes the honor of the throne, when a manly contempt has been duly engendered for the sanctity of the king's majesty. Honest Democrat. Do you read Condillac? One of Voltaire's rhetorical squibs in the Henriade, which the French are so indulgent as to call not only verse, but poetry, runs tu fut des sujets le vainqueur et le père. He was the papa and conquestor of his people. When our Charles II was addressed as the father of his people, he said he thought that he might be of a good many of them. But Henri IV is too noble a creature for any good and wise man to wish to dwell long upon his foibles. What a contrast between him and the Napoleons!